A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, history teaches us a very powerful truth that in this world that we live in, people have done things that have not been expected of them. And the women have done exactly that. They have given courageously, they have given sacrificially, and they have given with a heart of love. You're very welcome to today's Radical New Bar Hybrid Weekly Press and Public Engagement, coming to you live from the Uganda Law Society Secretariat. I am by the name Robert Benon Jirua. I am a legal officer in the Rule of Law and Litigation Department. Praise the Lord and Salam Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh. The Radical New Bar, as it is known, is taken from the Uganda Law Society Act in its mandate under Section 3C and D to ensure access to justice and also create awareness on matters regarding the law and everything else. We are very honored to have you here, and today we are commemorating International Women's Day. The reason we are clad the way we are, and we have a very, very powerful panel before us that is going to take charge of the day and excite us about what it is about women. We're going to begin our schedule with an opening prayer, and thereafter, we shall have national anthems first, then have an opening prayer. We'll then after that have opening and welcome remarks from the CEO of the Uganda Law Society, and thereafter we shall get remarks from the President of the Uganda Law Society, and thereafter we shall delve into the three different sessions that we are going to have, very powerful as they are. We are going to be recognizing warriors in women who have given a lifetime of theirs towards the achievement of progress, success, and development in Uganda and across the continent. And thereafter, we shall be listening into women in the front line who have been through the gutters and the ditches and have made it very well clear and unequivocally about freedom for women and freedom for the general public. And thereafter, we shall be hearing very interesting stories and experiences from successful women who are here to share their story so that the young lady, the young woman out there is able to be encouraged and also add to the development of this country. We are going to have we're going to request that we get on our feet to hear three anthems: the Ugandan anthem, the East African anthem, and for the first time after a very long time, the women's anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Apologies. Thank you so much. You could take your seats, please. Thank you so much for that anthem. That is a very, very encouraging gesture. Today, we are going to have a very special session that is going to be manned by the ladies in the house. If you can bear me witness, our panel is very strong of ladies who are going to be introduced with time. We are going to have majority of the appearances owned by the women, our mothers, and would like to take this opportunity to commemorate at the Uganda Law Society the women and the mothers who have kept us and brought us thus far that we have come. We're beginning with the opening prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the protection. Father, as our speakers are here today, help them, give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and help us listen to them and benefit from their discussion. In Jesus' name I've prayed.
Thank you so much. That is just the beginning. The next individual that I'm going to yield the microphone to is one who doesn't need a lot of introduction, the mother of the house, the CEO of the Uganda Law Society, who is going to render unto us opening and welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the CEO.
Our distinguished guests, Mr. Charles Kanjama, Senior Counsel, and that is the new president of our Kenya Law Society, who is joining us online. Dr. Linda Zadriga, Dr. Sylvia Namuviru, Her Worship Nanteza Zulaika, Her Worship Melan, Miss Linda Bonyo joining us online, Miss Jolie Jacqueline, Miss Zubeda Namugenyi, Miss Joy Mbabazi, the ULS Council joining us online, all members of the Uganda Law Society joining us online and physically. Good morning. And you're most welcome to the Radical New Bar, very special one, because we are celebrating women today. And celebrating women today, we are joining the rest of the world in commemorating the International Women's Day under the year's theme, Give to Gain. This commemoration is a moment for us to reflect on the progress made towards gender equality, while also recognizing the women whose courage, leadership, and service continue to shape our societies. This particular Radical New Bar Live is unique because our conversation today are dominated by remarkable women who work, who sacrifice, and leadership have made difference in their respective fields. We are deeply honored to host them and to learn from their experiences today. During today's program, we shall also take time to recognize and celebrate women whose contributions have left a lasting impact through the presentation of lifetime achievements towards in honor of their dedication to advancing justice, leadership, and service in our society. In our second session, we shall hear from two distinguished women who, in the course of standing up for freedom of justice, have been unfortunately endured an experience of becoming political prisoners. Their resilience, commitment to justice remind us that pursuit of liberty and human rights often demands courage and sacrifice. Today, we recognize and honor them for the important work they continue to do for justice in this country. In our third session, we shall hear from accomplished women lawyers who will share their professional journeys, reflecting on the path they have walked, the barriers they have overcome, and the ways in which their work continues to advance access to justice and women's empowerment. Indeed, today's Radical New Bar Live is one like no any other. We are celebrating courage, resilience, leadership, and impact. To our audience joining us online and physically, we thank you for taking time to be part of this important conversation. Your presence and participation are what will make our encouragements and meaningful impactful to our lives. Once again, welcome to the Radical New Bar Live. I wish you a fruitful day.
Thank you so much, Madam CEO. You have always been our mother, and today we are celebrating you amongst all the other ladies. We're giving shout outs to our mothers in our different places of abode, those that gave birth to us, those that have looked after us, those that have given us pocket money when our fathers have given us less. You know that, They give you some 5,000 when they have given you 10,000. So I want to take cognizance of the mothers in the house. Thank you for the remarks very, very much. We want to take cognizance of the presence of the Secretary General of the National Unity Platform, who has visited us as well. A very good friend of ours, Council Wongoya. We're very, very happy to receive you. You've always been a part of us, and we are excited to have you present. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to listen into the remarks from the President of the Uganda Law Society that are going to be read out unto us by the Rule of Law Head of Department, Ms. Apio Afra. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Apio Afra. I'm the Head Rule of Law, Uganda Law Society. My task this morning is to read the remarks by President Isaac Semakadde, and I'll proceed to do so. Kampala, Uganda, 12th March 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, my colleagues in the Radical New Bar Governing Council, fellow advocates of justice, and especially the fierce women who light up this room and our nation. Happy belated International Women's Day 2026. I should declare an interest at the beginning last year on 27th February. I became a father of a baby girl, Sana Sheila Semakadde, made 1 year in exile with me. She's in good health and fiercely loyal. I am therefore super grateful for the opportunity to commemorate this day as a father and a protector of the girl child. For the first time, I can use those words without being embarrassed. When women rise, the village rises with them. So goes the wisdom of our ancestors, including the great Thomas Sankara. It underscores our collective progress by advancing gender equality and empowering women and girls to remain in their rightful place in the world. In the spirit of Give to Gain, the Uganda Law Society is proud to bestow the Lifetime Achievement Award upon 3 extraordinary women whose selfless contributions of knowledge, resources, mentorship, and advocacy have fostered collaboration and empowered women worldwide to thrive. First, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to the prodigious Linda Bonyo, for your remarkable contributions to digital law, technology policy, and the advancement of innovation and regulatory dialogue across Africa. Linda, you have sown seeds of progress in the digital realm, harvesting a continent-wide harvest of empowerment. Next, Mama Linda. Dr. Zedriga, in recognition of your lifelong commitment to peace building, access to justice, and advancement of democracy and human rights in Uganda. Dr. Zedriga, your work has watered the roots of justice, growing a taller tree for all of us. And finally, to my fellow legal aid service provider, Dr. Sylvia Namubiro Mokasa, in recognition of your outstanding leadership commitment to the protection of human rights and lifelong contribution to advancing access to justice in Uganda. Dr. Namubiro, your hand has given endlessly, and in doing so, remained ever full. These women embody "Give to Gain," not as a slogan, but as a lived revolution. Now, let us celebrate the strides we have made as the legal profession. Women have surpassed men in law admissions and graduation rates, as well as in the employment of lawyers, especially in the public sector. According to the latest Uganda judiciary statistics, women now hold 357 of the 704 judicial officer positions, making up to 50.7% of the judiciary. The Office of the DPP, Attorney General, and Inspectorate of Government do not report the HR data as transparently as the judiciary, but we know the situation is likely similar. That is progress we can applaud. Proof that when we invest in women, the returns are monumental. Yet, sisters and brothers, the quality of justice in our courts remains poor, riddled with delays, corruption, and inaccessibility. And the quality of activism, often performative, lacking the bite to dismantle real oppression. This must change now. As the Uganda Law Society celebrates 70 years, we call upon women to lead the change in decolonization, stripping away the chains of imperial legacies. We call upon women to lead the change in demilitarization, rejecting the gun as a tool of control. We call upon women to lead the change in democratization, building systems where every voice counts. Lastly, we call upon women to lead the change in digital transformation, harnessing technology for true liberation. Abandon white adjacent feminism and other repugnant ideologies that serve the elite while ignoring the people. Men are not trash to be discarded, but allies to be enlisted in this fight. Together, we must multiply our gains. But above all, women must defend and practice dissent, not just perform it for likes and applause. Show up where the struggle is raw. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. As I say, stilettos are just footwear, sis. It's what you do with them that counts. Be gumite, like Faith Odhiambo, the outgoing president of the Law Society of Kenya. Show up where the struggle is real. Empowerment is about putting in work, not just posing with trophies. Make no excuses until 2060. Thank you, and let us give to gain a brighter Uganda. Signed, Isaac K. Semakadde, Senior Counsel, Law Society President of Uganda.
I think our president deserves a bigger round of applause than that. He is the reason we're here, amongst other things, and we cannot take it for granted that we are in a space of ladies who he has celebrated unequivocally, who are all wearing beautiful smiles in the house. Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate you for leading the cause and not forgetting that the ladies are the cornerstone of the country. And of course, we all know very well that the extraordinary efforts that the ladies have always provided towards the development of the country is visible in the things that are out there in the world. Recently, one of the new vision on the monitor, there was a host and a plethora of ladies who take charge of government affairs. If you remember, I think 2-3 days ago, so many beautiful ladies who begin, of course, from the Vice President of the country, the Speaker of Parliament, the Prime Minister, and the very many ladies that we all know, the Principal Judge and all that. So thank you so much, Mr. President. We take your message in stride and ask that the God will bless you as you continue to lead the Radical New Bar. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, which is one of the most powerful, is in recognition of the ladies that are before us who have offered themselves sacrificially, a lifetime of sacrifice, those that have rolled their sleeves and gone out to the gutters and been in the ditches for the sake of prosperity, either in way of technology or otherwise. That is for us a big thing, and that is a contribution to the mandate of the Uganda Law Society. And we are going to have opportunity to read out citations of the same to the individuals that have been opted for, and well, we are going to have their awards given unto them, and thereafter we shall be in position to host the two individuals here who are representing the judiciary to welcome the awardees and offer them the necessary honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin with Miss Linda Bonyo, who is the founder of Lawyers Hub. I want to imagine she is online. If you are online, Miss Linda, kindly give us a signal so that we can take charge of the function. Miss Linda? All right, all right, all right. Are we able to hear her? Technical? This is one of the visionaries who has stood the test of time. Very early back in the day, she began her journey from the legal and technological perspective, and today we are celebrating her, so it is only right that she be seen and also be taken a note of. She is in Kenya. Kindly know that, and remember, this is a hybrid session. We have over 5,000 and above followers. That is part of the legal fraternity, but also the general public. So we are digitalizing the country. We are digitalizing how practice is done, and we would like to honor her by her coming on air. Mr. Technical, are you there? Do we have her? Can we get a signal from her? Because we want to also receive an acceptance speech from her soon after the citation has been read. Miss Linda, can you hear us? Just say hi over there. Let's hear your beautiful voice, please.
Hello, my name is Linda Bonyo. I hope you can hear me.
All right, thank you so much. It's not so clear, but in the meantime, we are going to receive one of our members of staff that is going to read out that citation, and thereafter we shall receive your award. Your award will be received digitally, like it is said. We have a lot of emojis that are going out to you digitally, but the physical award will be received physically by the CEO on your behalf, and then we shall find a way to send it over, whichever way shall be appropriate. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Faith to read out the citation of Miss Linda Bonyo. Thank you.
My name is Mimi Faith Fambi, part of the Legal Aid Clinic ULS. Miss Linda Bonyo, a Harvard Kennedy School Fellow, is the founder of Lawyers Hub, a leading digital law organization dedicated to shaping artificial intelligence, policy, and technology governance across the Africa continent. She is also a law firm owner of the founding partner of Bonyo Law, formerly Bonyo Mongela and Company Advocates. She is a graduate of Moi University, where she attained her Bachelor's of Law. Ms. Linda Bonyo is also the convener of the Africa Law Tech Forum and the driving force behind the Africa Law and Tech Festival, the largest annual gathering of the digital policy experts of the continent. This landmark convening brings together more than 2,500 professionals annually, including lawyers, policymakers, regulators, startups, civil society organizations, and technologists, creating a dynamic multi-stakeholder platform to deliberate on the governance of emerging technologies. We are honored and pleased to participate in the last year's Law and Technology Festival in Nairobi. A big delegation from ULS participated in a bid to draw inspiration for the annual Radical New Bar Digital Transformation Festival that was held on 14th and 15th August 2025 at Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort. A licensed attorney in Kenya, Ms. Bonyo is both a distinguished member of the Law Society Kenya and East African Law Society through selfless contribution of her knowledge, resources, mentorship, and advocacy. Ms. Bonyo has consistently championed the role of the legal profession in shaping responsible and accountable technology ecosystem. Her work has amplified Africa's voice in global conversations on digital transformation, while ensuring that innovation is grounded in strong and legal ethical frameworks. Ms. Bonyo's expertise is recognized globally. She currently serves as a member of the World Economic Forum Global Council on Technology Policy 2023 to 2025 and contributes to the G20 Digital Working Group, where she engages with global leaders on shaping inclusive and forward-looking technology policy frameworks. Her contributions have also extended to continental and international initiatives, including service on the African contribution. Contributions have also extended to continental and international initiatives. Union's Data Policy Framework Technical Committee, as well as participation in global working groups such as the Digital Public Goods Alliance and the Data 2 Policy Initiative. In addition, she has provided expert consultation to the United Nations on matters relating to digital governance and policy development. Through her works, she has played transformative role in bridging the gap between law, technology, and public policy, ensuring that Africa's legal system are equipped to respond to the rapidly evolving digital landscape. In recognition of her remarkable contribution to the digital law, technology policy, and the advancement of innovation and regulatory dialogue across Africa, the Radical New Bar Governing Council of the ULS proudly confers upon Ms. Linda Bonyo Lifetime Achievement Award, signed by Isaac Kesemakade, President, Uganda Law Society. Thank you.
Very eloquent, just like all the other ladies. Thank you so much, Mimi, for bringing out Miss Linda and her story to the world, and one that deserves an award. Thank you so much, Miss Linda. We know you are online. We have had a very, very important call that has come from the Republic of Kenya. We want to twist your minds and to listen to the president-elect of the Kenya Law Society Senior Counsel, Kanjama Charles, who is going to be joining us online so as to speak to this award, but also speak to all the other awards that are going to be read out so as to enjoy the time of session one. Senior Counsel, are you available with us? Could we please hear from you?
Good morning to all the distinguished guests, the President of the Uganda Law Society, all the council members, to all the lawyers present, senior counsel, other members of the bar, other distinguished guests, and of course, my colleague Linda Bonyo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Senior Counsel.
I would like to first express my gratitude for having been invited by the Uganda Law Society to witness the presentation of this award to Linda Bonyo from the Law Society of Kenya. She has been one of our outstanding legal practitioners in the area of technology, information, communication, and technology. And we've all been very impressed by the work she's done at Lawyers Hub, both within the region of East Africa and the continent of Africa. And she has continued to put the focus on the question of technology and its intersection with the law. I also would like to express my strong appreciation for the Uganda Law Society for this event, where you are commemorating the standing women lawyers who have made a mark and continue to make a mark in the legal profession and in the society in general. In Kenya, I have been, until December last year, the chair of an organization called Rnblive Awards, where we give awards to various outstanding practitioners. And Linda Bonyo is a practitioner that you've recognized in the area of legal technology. I also want to say that every year we tend to organize an event for women lawyers around this time, a few weeks after International Women's Day, which happens on 8th of March, and we call it the Women's Soiree. And this year, our event will be coming up in a few weeks' time. So I'm very gratified that the Uganda Law Society is also recognizing some of the outstanding women lawyers in your country and in the region, because that is the way to go. Legal profession has become increasingly balanced in terms of gender between men and women. And we need to recognize the outstanding women in the profession and encourage them and motivate them so that they can continue to grow, they can mentor the younger women lawyers, and the legal profession becomes stronger when the men and the women are together working for the well-being of the profession. There is a certain genius, there is a certain harmony that women bring to the workplace when they are recognized and they are given space to operate. And definitely the legal profession will be better for the presence of all the women who are working in the profession. For all those who will be recognized today, of course, Linda Bonyo, I want to appreciate you all and to say that those of us who are in the leadership of the bar associations in East Africa and also who will be part of the East African Law Society, we're going to explore other means of recognizing and appreciating the professional excellence of our outstanding colleagues so that it can be a source of example for others. I also want to encourage all of you that as you get recognized today, the recognition is not the end stage of your activity, but is a motivation so that you can work with greater energy and conviction and be assured that we are noticing, we are observing, and we are grateful for the work that you keep doing, and so that you can be encouraged to continue mentoring others and continue shining the light in the profession so that others may follow in that path that you have established. Thank you very much. And for all those lawyers in the Uganda Law Society listening in, I would like to also appreciate you and to give you warm wishes and compliments from the lawyers in Kenya. We look forward to a new era where we can push even harder towards regional integration, which is an issue that happens at both the level of governance organs, at the level of unity of our peoples in East Africa, and also at the level of professionals, and so that we can collaborate even more strongly. The professionals in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, and in the other countries that form part of the East African Law Society and the East African community. International law firms are coming to our region, and they are beginning to partner with some law firms in each of our different countries. And that is okay, because they bring to us new ways, advanced ways of doing legal practice, and we learn in the process. It's an exchange of technology and exchange of learning. But it would be quite unfortunate if we ourselves in our different East African countries as lawyers and law firms and legal departments are not able to collaborate based on our own self-initiated arrangements. So I look forward to a new era where many more law firms in our different countries can form networks, can collaborate together, and can build an accommodating legal practice environment that allows our lawyers to move from one country to the other, of course safeguarding the practice environment in each of our respective countries, but ensuring that when we work together, when we collaborate together, we can secure much more of the legal work that is available in this region, even that is coming from multinationals, from public sector agencies that are working cross-border or transnational engagements, and that we can continue learning from each other, as the history of the East African Law Society and the East African community has shown during its good moments. With those few remarks, I thank you for inviting me once again, and I wish all of you the best as we continue with this event. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. God bless you, Senior Counsel, for those wonderful remarks. We receive them and we take them in stride. We want to thank you so much as well and congratulate you upon your victory. It must have been a hard battle because we were following online, just like you can imagine. We are so happy for you. A round of applause for the President-elect of the Kenya Law Society. We're believing that the symbiotic relationship that has been ensuing between the Uganda Law Society and the Kenya Law Society will continue because you have come to us even at the beginning of your tenure. We want to thank you and ask that the Lord will bless you in your journey of leadership and that you will continue to uphold the rule of law as is the case across the East African countries. Thank you so much once again and congratulations. We'd like to ask that you can stay on air because Madam Linda is going to give her acceptance speech and also in relation to what you have said about her. So if you are able to keep online, kindly listen in to the awardee. Miss Linda, are you still on air?
Yes, I am.
Very
Good morning,
well.
everyone.
Please.
All protocols observed, and I want to appreciate my President-elect, Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama. I'd also want to appreciate the President of the Law Society of Uganda, or Uganda Law Society, President Isaac, and the entire fraternity at the Uganda Law Society. I'm so honored to receive this award, I usually have a lot of things to say, but today I'm speechless because as I listened to our colleague read the citation of my award, it made me think a lot about the past and how this journey has been. It takes a village to raise me, and my mom did an incredible job together with my dad to get me here and my family. I think a lot that has not gone into that is the fact that I founded Lawyers Hub in 2017, end of 2017, after the Kenyan elections. And I was disappointed by the gap between technology and the law. As we went into the elections talking about digital evidence, there was very little expertise in the country. And those who spoke in court, really, you could see that Kenya needed more. And Kenya needed more professionals in the legal profession really understanding technology. And so in 2018, I set up the Lawyers Hub formally, and I began traveling across the continent, and I traveled to France, and I looked at what was happening at Station F, and I came in and said, you know what, this is how Lawyers Hub needs to look like. And I began. I was a young lawyer. I didn't have, money. I think I just turned 30, and I'd had my second born at that point. So really that was important to me to have a third baby that, would change the world. And I'm grateful that Lawyers Hub is changing the world every day. But also in the middle of the success of Lawyers Hub, I got cancer and I was diagnosed with blood cancer in 2021. And so usually when I look at the success of Lawyers Hub, I'm like, this organization works despite what I'm going through, despite what I have been through. Just to highlight some of the things that were read that really, for me, when we talk about, Linda and team drafted the Africa Data Policy Framework. It is the only data governing policy framework for the continent. I did it from a hospital in India. I attended meetings as I was going through chemotherapy. And that was a really difficult time. People did not know where I was joining in from. But it was such a hard time. And I was able to do it through and despite what I was going through. When we talk about, I spoke at the UN General Assembly for the first time. I went there straight from hospital bed, and I said I have to do it I want to be the first in my generation to speak at the UN General Assembly. And I spoke to ministers and presidents, and I spoke about the fact that small businesses and startups must be given the opportunity to build. They must be given tax concessions because they're a matter of national security concerns. And it didn't make sense then, but now we can see that technology is being weaponized against us by big tech companies from the West. And so each and everything that was read here really points me back to the challenges of disease that I have had. Last year I was in hospital for 3 months. I was hospitalized for 3 months, but in those 3 months, we organized the Africa Law and Tech Festival as all those things are going on. I'm not telling you to be sick today, but I'm telling every woman that just do what you need to do, despite of what you're going through. There will be grace for it. There will be strength for it. Whatever is in your heart, there's grace for it to do it. Just try and do it despite of what is happening. And you might be weird and strange. People used to ask me, what is this? Because that was 6-7 years ago. But I knew what was coming. I knew that artificial intelligence was coming to eat your profession for lunch. And what were you going to do about it? And I decided to continue to build the capacity of lawyers. And I did not do it alone. I was surrounded by a great team and great people who've helped me to do it. But I also want to thank one person in particular that I thought about this morning. There's a lady now who leads the Kenya Power. She's the chairperson of Kenya Power Company, Joy Mdivo. She was my mentor in 2010. And she told me something about women that sticks with me. She said, Linda, your hair must always be done. Your nails must always be ready. Because people in television, journalists are constantly calling women to come and speak online, to get on TV and get their views heard. But women will not show up because their hair looks bad and they think their nails look bad. And she told me, always look good so that you are ready to go on TV, because men don't have to think about how good they look. They will show up. There's also one man who told me something. He said, the general public only knows about 5% of what a lawyer knows. So show up. Stop saying that I don't know everything. Show up and occupy that space. And I take this word seriously. And I ask you today to show up. When you're called, don't think about how bad your hair looks. Don't think about your accent. You're going to learn on the way up. Finally, our society is filled with influencers. And yesterday, I read this thread on X that talked about where are the public intellectuals? Are we driving them away because we're simply giving the influencers the opportunity? I want to ask you today to be that intellectual influencer, to be the person that people and society look up to. That what do you think? Can you join this committee? And let other women be alliances. Let them be people. I joined the World Economic Forum through a woman who told me, your voice needs to be heard in the world. I joined the UN General Working Groups, on digital public infrastructure and the safeguards, through women who have agitated for me in New York and said, there's space for you here. You need to come and get your voice known. I want to ask older women to open doors for younger women, be their alliances. Let them don't be jealous, bring them up, because society wants too much from them. People are abusing them to get them to the next level. That cannot be us. Be the joint divo that opened doors for me, other women that have opened doors for us, that really have made us who we are today. And I hope that it will be this endless door. Michelle Obama said, when a door is open for you, don't shut it. Put your foot in there and make sure other women who are doing this work are actually public intellectual influencers. So thank you so much, Uganda Law Society. I am honored and I really appreciate you. I look forward to working closely with you and to seeing you also in Nairobi for the Africa Law Tech Festival. The 7th edition is happening on 9th and 10th of August. We hope you can join us in Nairobi. All the best. I am currently in Brussels and I really want to appreciate each and everyone that makes the law societies across the African continent work for us. I hope you thrive in this digital age. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss Linda. You have very much, in a way that cannot be defined better than saying thank you, elucidated on what it means to have women in technology, and that is, of course, a very rare occurrence. And of course, for you to take center stage and be awarded by such a big institution as well, the head of the bar, means so much for us, and especially the ladies out here who are also on a journey to try as much as possible to cast their nets a little wider than just practice of law that we always know, civil, criminal, and the likes. So technology is where we are going. We are very honored to receive from you. We are so humbled for you to actually grace this occasion because we know of your busy schedule. We spoke before this and you were also running a very tight schedule. So thank you so much for being with us. We shall continue to be with you. I hope you can give us a little more time because there is just other equally important individuals that are going to receive the same award of that nature, and eventually we shall have you all together to receive the awards at the same time, and that for us is supposed to mean that we are in the same accord. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Miss Bonyo, who has graced us with that very powerful speech and acceptance. Thank you so much. The next, of course, is in favor of one from within the building who doesn't need so much introduction, and our very own big sister who has been mentoring some of us while she comes here as often as possible to the Uganda Law Society Secretariat. We are going to invite Miss Drabo Lillian to read out to us the citation for Dr. Lina Zedriga, the Deputy President, National Unity Platform from the Northern Region. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I am very happy to see you here. I am honored to have you spend time with us at Uganda Law Society today and on this great day of celebrating women. To all the ladies who are here, I want you to clap for yourselves. The MC said that the ladies are the cornerstone of this country, but I believe we are the stone of this country. We are not in a corner. My role is simple. It is to read the citation of the Uganda Law Society Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Dr. Lina Zedriga Waru Abuko. And I begin. Kampala, Uganda, 12th March 2026. Dr. Lina Zedriga Waru Abuku holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Peace and Conflict Studies from the Sewanee University in the United States in collaboration with Makerere University, Uganda. She also holds a Master of Arts in Peace and Conflict Studies, a Bachelor of Laws and Postgraduate Diploma in Legal Practice from Makerere University and Law Development Center. She has a certificate in genocide prevention from the Auschwitz Institute for Peace and Reconciliation in Poland and a certificate in women and public policy from J.F. Kennedy, Harvard University, Boston, United States of America, which she acquired in the year 2009. Her early career was in the judiciary as a magistrate grade 1 from 2007 to 2014. Her career, it reflected a strong commitment to firmness, accountability, and protection of the fundamental rights. She was a director of Women in Peace and Building Reconciliation at Forward between 2015 and 2019. She is also a guest lecturer at the St. Gallen University, Switzerland. She has thus distinguished herself as a respected academic, lecturer, and global thought leader, contributing to scholarly and policy discussions on human rights, peace building, gender, justice, and international law. Her academic engagements have extended to leading global institutions, including the Harvard University, where she has shared insights drawn from her extensive experience in law, governance, and conflict transformation. She has taught conflict transformation at the university level. She has advised the United Nations and the UN Women on Security Council Resolution 1325. She has also mediated land and resource dispute for the World Bank. She has trained police and security forces in do-no-harm approaches. She has worked on alternatives to imprisonment and on genocide prevention. Dr. Lina Zedriga is a prominent voice in the civic and political leadership, not only in Uganda, but throughout the whole world. Since April 2020, she has served as the Deputy President of the National Unity Platform, Northern Uganda, to advocate for the democratic governance, political participation, and the protection of civil liberties in Uganda. Throughout her leadership, she has consistently championed the dialogue, justice, and the meaningful inclusion of women in leadership and public life. Internationally, Dr. Lina Zedriga has continued to amplify the African perspectives in global conversations on democracy, peace, and human dignity. Her engagements include dialogue with international partners and academic institutions, including her role as personality in residence at the University of Galen in 2025, where she contributed to international discourse on governance, peace, and democratic resilience. Throughout her career, Dr. Lina Zedriga has demonstrated courage, intellectual leadership, and unwavering commitment to justice, reconciliation, human dignity. Her work continues to inspire many across Uganda and beyond to pursue a society grounded in the rule of law, equality, and peace. On the 6th of February 2026, she was charged with the incitement to violence contrary to Section 79(1) of the Penal Code Act, Laws of Uganda 128, and she was released on bail on the 24th of February 2026. The charge levied against her contradicts her work in peace building. Dr. Lina Zedriga is a deeply committed Catholic whose faith is lived in patience, restraint, and instance that conflict, however bitter, must be contained than inflamed. She's also a mother to many, especially in northern Uganda and across the country, where she is fondly referred to as Mama Lina. The name she has earned as a result of being empathetic and a listener to those that are in conflict. Despite her husband being a missing person since August 2001, when he was subjected to forceful disappearance, Dr. Lina Zedriga embraced the mantle of nurturing young and old citizens alongside her own family. Just as she embraced others, she has embraced the leaders of the Lugbara Kari clan cultural institution, fearlessly stood and publicly named Dr. Lina Zedriga as the daughter when she was missing for 21 days at the start of this year. We too, as Uganda Law Society, embrace and recognize Dr. Lina Zedriga as one of our own, and indeed, she's our own. In recognition of the lifelong commitment to justice, democratic values, peace building, and advancement of human rights, the radical new bar, under the leadership of President Isaac Chimeze Ssemakadde, Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society, proudly confers upon Dr. Lina Zedriga Waru Abuku the Lifetime Achievement Award. Signed. The citation is signed by the President of Uganda Law Society, Isaac K. Chimeze Ssemakadde, Senior Counsel, Uganda Law Society. I thank you all for listening to me, and may we continue to celebrate each other until we get a peaceful and democratic country that we all deserve to live in with our children. Thank you very much.
Award 4. Are we together? Award 4. That is from Arua. She represents Some of us who hail from Arua, very proud. Doctor, thank you. A lawyer, a scholar, a fearless advocate for justice and governance, one who has been through the gutters. A round of applause for Doctor. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite the Secretary General of the National Unity Platform to give remarks on behalf of the party before Doctor can be welcomed to give her acceptance speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Rubongoya.
Thank you very, very much. The President, Uganda Law Society, who is not with us today, but I believe he's watching us from wherever he is. On behalf of the National Unity Platform, and indeed, our President, who is not a missing person, but definitely not everywhere you would want him to be because of the challenges in our country. We really want to appreciate Uganda Law Society for recognizing Mama Lina, as we call her. Mama Lina is always there, and she's always a very, very big delight for all of us who know her. And you all know the challenges she has had to go through. You've heard her illustrious career as a great fighter for social justice, for the rule of law, for human rights, but she put all that aside to join the trenches, to be with us in fighting for freedom and democracy. So we want to appreciate you, Mama. We celebrate you in every possible way. When we first interacted with Mama Lina, she told us she was bringing on board 3 Gs: gender, generation, and geography. And she has lived true to her word. She represents everything you'd want in a mother. She's always giving us guidance, advice, and all these things. So we celebrate you, Mama, and we're really glad that Uganda Law Society, out of the millions of women out there, has decided to award and recognize Mama Lina Zedriga Waru Abuku. So we celebrate you so much, and at this point I want to invite you to come and give your acceptance speech.
The President, Uganda Law Society, the Radical New Bar, and also my very, very close friend, as you are virtually with us, the entire Uganda Law Society fraternity, and my dear sister, with humility, you are able to come and receive me with your entire team, the Secretary General, within your very busy and tight schedule. You left everything and you are here as show of commitment and solidarity. The members of Parliament present, and one of my mentees, Honorable Flavia Kalule, in a special way you inspired me to join NUP. You recruited me in a special way. And my daughter, Lillian Drabo, she is my daughter. I'm very humbled, and each one of you present, and my colleague, Her Excellency the Deputy President in charge of Western Uganda. We were reduced into numbers. She's 006. She only had one to have in Kabale. I have 3 numbers. 007, that is Gulu 1, on the 6th of, then I was transferred to Uganda, to Luzira. And, you know, I'm emotional about all what you have done and stated about me. To Luzira Women Prison, I was given the number 024 of 26. And then I was taken back to Gulu. I lost the first number, and I got to 012 of 26. So you can see how we are reduced into numbers and why this day is very, very critical for us. All protocol observed. I see Norbert, and I'm very emotionally attached because it has a lot of connection to this. And allow me recognize in a special way Ondu James, who has just come out. Please come. This young man dedicated whatever it takes, very vocal on social media, from Tororo. He submits very brilliantly, and I think you were released yesterday, but what? Yeah, yesterday, but what? And spent so many days. He would be beaten, and he would kneel, the blood just drips. His crime is covering and also being in solidarity and very active member in the struggle. And he's here today. He's all covered with wounds. You can see the resilience. And of course, my colleagues and the panelists here present, Dr. Sylvia, today, I actually didn't want to come. I was still recovering. I was still wanting to keep in my full safety. But thanks to the radical new bar, they got me out. And one, Moses was, Moses? Yes. The communications manager? Adam made sure that I was physically here. I also want to recognize in a special way, Lemmy. This young man is my son. Professionally, he is fearless. So, and each one of you I recognize. In the interest of time, I am so grateful to the Uganda Law Society for this amazing, for this once in a lifetime, for this coveted prize and award that you felt I was worthy. I'm really very, very grateful. And I'm very grateful to the entire women's movement, FIDA Uganda, Forum for Women Democracy, the Women Democracy Network, severally and individually, Peria Rituals, Honorable Jamwas, people, women who defied the intimidation at Luzira Gate to come and physically see me. And of course, I made sure I also didn't disappoint them because they thought I would come and you know, radicals are radicals everywhere. And also I want to thank my family members, my children, my daughter Consolate, who left her job and came to be here at a high risk. My sons, biological and adopted. I want to thank the entire Ugandans who associated, who went to their churches and mosques and places of worship. Everybody worshipped and cried to the Lord. I want to thank each one of you. And let us continue with that spiritual warfare. I also want to thank my president, who first and foremost had the courage to appoint me and unveiled me together with the Secretary General here present and also Honorable Flavia, with whom we delivered our first task by delivering food during COVID. Yes. I would have loved that he was physically here, but we understand the circumstances, and it makes us more resilient, and it makes us grow together, and it also makes me in my heart to be inspired to continue to allude and sing the People Power Anthem. It's very, very critical to us. Your Excellency and your beloved family, I want to thank you for taking that vote of confidence in me and appointing me, and also reappointing me for my second term. when I started this journey, it has always been a struggle. My mother, may her soul rest in peace, told me even my birth was a struggle. That's why I was called Driwaro. I was always struggling for justice. Yes. So I would like specifically for today that where did I get this resilience? And I got it from my socialization from 1961, the only girl in the family, following 2 boys. 1975, I went to Sacred Heart Gulu. But before Gulu, in 1974, when I start my when I start my primary level in Awalio Primary School, don't Google it because it doesn't exist. I was the only girl. I passed so well. Yeah, I studied for those others who had dropped off because I grew more like a tomboy without breasts, very hard, very hard and tiny. Emaciated, I should have said, but of course, it helped me since I didn't get to be mature, to be a woman enough to be married off. So I was sent off like half boy, half a man, half a girl to secondary school in a missionary school in Gulu. And from there, I rediscovered why I needed to study harder. 1978, SAT examination. And all of this I was doing for the many girls who had dropped out of school. I was doing it for them. I was also doing it to respond to my mother's call. I do not read. It is time for you to go and read for me and go and explore the world out there. Indeed, today is a manifestation when you set your goals, when you pray, when you have the right association by choice, not by chance. We don't have to associate by chance. We don't have to associate because I'm going to benefit something from you, but rather that you have the values. I also want to dedicate this to the many women who continue to run amidst the hostile environment, political environment. And with me present is our flag bearer for Makerere University. Come! Your name? Kadodi Gracious, very fresh, and with all these hostilities, she is still bearing the flag and running for the presidency. So thank you so much, Kadodi. So in all seriousness, this award means the world to me and my family and my party and the timing. This award means the world to Uganda, those who believe in the struggle. This award means the world to the women, hundreds of them, thousands of them, beaten, and those who are in prison, the Olivia Lutayas. Our director for the school, a young woman, Sauda Madadas. And this also means a lot to the many women I interacted with when I was in the 2 different prisons within 2 weeks, Gulu and Luzira, women prison. There are women out there who are really innocent. Their crime was to own land and resist in Apa. There are many, many. And also for those who paid the price of seeking good governance, of celebrating their identity. And also those who are being shut down. They are being threatened. They are being reduced into numbers. May this award inspire, reignite, re-energize us and our agenda to be Ugandans by choice, to be women and celebrate our identity, to send hope when they have sent fear to knock at our doors and our hearts. May this be a day we really understand what being free means. May we never compromise it. I end by dedicating this award to us all in the struggle, to Mother Mary, who never left us and never leaves us, to Mary, the one who inspires us, the one who keeps us, and also to all those that are practicing their faith. To my sisters, the Muslims, continue to pray, because we have one sister who inspired us. She's called Free Uganda, that we all want. Thank you very much.
A more powerful round of applause. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that very powerful acceptance speech. Your story illuminates what it means to come from far and reach this far the Lord has brought you. You've alluded to believing in the Lord, my take home, which I think, of course, is supposed to apply to all of us. And I want to imagine the Lord has brought you so far, the only girl amongst the boys, the tomboy around, and nonetheless, you've managed to fight the battles across the globe. And we want to thank you and bless you for your continued journey. And it is in this regard that, as you've said, the Ugandan Society always rolls with those that they believe are worthy of rolling with. Thank you so much once again. May God bless you, and you're very welcome to the society, as it has always been. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still on the same page. We are still in session 1. We're still recognizing, and it's not going to be a very, very easy task for the next awardee, because there is just too much to read. However, before we go there, we would like to take a very big opportunity to recognize the presence of some of our guests who came while the session had begun. As has already been stated, Honorable Nabagabe Karole Flavia is in the building, the woman MP for Kasanda District. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. We are very honored to have you around. We have as well the Acting Secretary General of the Ugandan Society, Mr. Sali Babu, who came while the session had begun. We also have with us the Radical New Bar Special Envoy, Miss Sheila Namahe, who is in the building. Thank you so much. We are also joined by the Rule of Law Club's representatives in the building. We have Angel in the building. Kindly stand up for recognition. And Gerald, are you in? I've seen you somewhere. Thank you so much for making it. We also operate in the different institutions by way of establishing Rule of Law Clubs that we use to send the gospel and preach the gospel of rule of law, constitutionalism, good governance, and democratic principles to the different institutions. So we invited them, and here they are. We also have with us representatives from Femtech that were invited, as well as AI Lex, as well as KTA Advocates, as well as Diamond Advocates. Could you please give a round of applause to them? Thank you so much. And without going so far, we have representation from LASPNet. A round of applause for the LASPNet staff that came to escort the next awardee. But before we go to the next awardee, we would like to recognize the mother of Dr. Sylvia Namubiru Mukasa. A round of applause to kwaniriza mama banange tusanyuse nnyo okubeerako naawe, webale nnyo webalire ddala okujja okutweyungako mama. Thank you so much. We are not going to stop there. We are going to invite Honorable Nabagabe Karole Flavia, the woman MP, Kasanda District, to read for us the citation of Dr. Sylvia Namubiru in order. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Flavia Karole Nabagabe, the woman MP Kasanda District, also the chairperson of the National Unity Platform Women League. Congratulations, Lina. Citation for the Uganda Law Society Lifetime Achievement Award presented to Dr. Sylvia Namubiru Mukasa, a person I am honored to know personally. And right from the women's movement, she has held my hand on a number of occasions, so I am very glad and honored that I am the one reading this citation for you. Kampala, Uganda, 12th March 2026. Dr. Sylvia Namubiru Mukasa has dedicated her legal career to defending the rights of the most vulnerable in society. She is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Legal Aid Service Providers Network, LASPNet. From 2015 to date, she holds a master's degree from the International Institute of Social Studies at Erasmus University, The Hague, Netherlands, a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University, and a postgraduate diploma from Law Development Center, Kampala. Over the course of her distinguished career, she has served in several impactful roles, including Executive Director of the Uganda Law Society from 2010 to 2011, Head of the Legal Aid and Pro Bono Service under the ULS Legal Aid Project from 2006 to 2009, and Operations Manager and Director of Operations for the Justice for Children program, a collaborative initiative between JLOS, UNICEF, and the Center for Justice Studies and Innovation from 2011 to 2015. Earlier in her career, she served with distinction as a magistrate grade 1 in 1999 to 2005. Demonstrating an unwavering commitment to fair and accessible justice. Dr. Nambiru has been instrumental in shaping national conversations and policy interventions around access to justice, child-friendly justice systems, and the protection of vulnerable populations, particularly women and children. Dr. Nambiru has been at the front line fiercely advocating for the National Legal Aid Bill to be passed since 2008. However, to date, this dream eludes her as the bill hasn't progressed much before the 11th Parliament. It is actually in our current order paper, today's order paper, it is back. It is now referred to as the National Legal Aid Bill 2022. Undaunted, she continues to contribute her expertise as a member of the Judiciary's Case Management Committee, the State-Funded Legal Representation Implementation Committee, and several subcommittees focused on alternative dispute resolution and case backlog reduction. Dr. Nambiru has actively served the legal and broader community through membership in organizations including FIDA Uganda, the Uganda Christian Lawyers Fraternity, the Uganda Law Society, and the East African Law Society, among others. She also plays a global role through her membership in the Action Aid International Assembly, where she convened the 2025 Annual General Meeting. Dr. Nambiru's remarkable work has received national and international recognition. She received an honorary doctorate in humanity by Zoe Theological University, USA, and was named among the Courtroom Male 100 African Female Lawyers in 2022. The National Association of Women Judges in Uganda also recognized her contributions to access to justice for vulnerable persons. On 8th May 2026, she was awarded the Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2026 by the government of Uganda for her outstanding service and dedication towards expanding access to justice for women and girls. In recognition of her outstanding leadership, commitment to protection of human rights, and lifelong contribution to advancing access to justice, the Radical New Bar Governing Council of the Uganda Law Society proudly confers upon Dr. Sylvia Namubiru Mukasa the Lifetime Achievement Award. Signed, Isaac Kesemakade, President, Uganda Law Society. Congratulations Dr. Nambiru. Thank you very much.
A round of applause as we welcome the doctor to give her acceptance speech. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That Diamond Jubilee medal is only being spiced up by the radical new bar. So a round of applause as doctor comes to give her acceptance speech. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I don't know where to begin, but the Lord will give me the grace. Yes. The president of the Radical New Bar Council, Senior Council, Semakade Isaac, I know that he's also watching us, and your governing council, the distinguished participants today. Let me try to mention a few, but if I leave you out, you'll forgive me. Her Worship, the Deputy Registrar in charge of ADR, Danteza, Your Worship, the honorable members of Parliament, the distinguished leaders of the National Unity Platform in your respective capacity, the Secretariat of Uganda Law Society led by my mentee, Christine Awori, the Chief Executive Officer, the team from LASPNet, Secretariat, my family, especially my mother today, is joining us, and I honor her in the deepest way. She was accompanied by my brother, Joseph Nsubuga, the firstborn. The media and everyone in your respective capacities. This microphone is short. I think I put on very high shoes and I'm tall. So the microphone is becoming a little bit short for me. I'll bend a bit. I am humbled, deeply humbled and honored to receive the Lifetime Award from the Uganda Law Society, which is spicing up the recent Diamond Jubilee medal. Okay, that is better. Yes, this is better. I was saying that I'm so deeply humbled and honored to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Uganda Law Society. A society I hold so dear. As you've heard, I served here for about 8 years, from senior project advocate to executive director. So I'm really humbled and very much grateful to the governing council led by senior counsel Isaac Semakade. Thank you for finding me worthy amongst all the women lawyers in Uganda that have made a contribution, but you found it worthy to recognize me. I don't take that for granted. I want also to give back the glory and honor to the Lord Almighty. He's the one who rewards the works of our hands and recognizes our labor. When he recognizes you, even man does recognize. So I honor the Lord Almighty. And I want you to read 1 Corinthians 15:58. Those of us who are Christians. Then you will know that honor and glory comes from the Lord Almighty. My journey as a social justice advocate was shaped by my early childhood. Of course, being born of Rian Mudu, way back in the early 70s, and coming from a humble beginning. I sometimes walked, when at my early years, I walked to school, and I would walk a journey of about 2 miles. That means I was watching what was happening around me. And then I joined a school that has values and instills values. The Sacred Heart School, St. Charles Lwanga, Kalunga Girls Training Center. Some of you may not even know where it is located. Jole says no. Yes, that school. founded by the Sacred Heart Sisters on a missionary ground. They instilled in us hard work. They instilled in us honesty. And the motto was, dare to be true. And we embraced that motto of dare to be true. Dare to be true in whatever you do and in whatever you set your hands on. And when I graduated with a law degree, let me read to you a part of the message I received from the head teacher then. Congratulations on your graduation. Sorry, a bit. It is a bit faint. I need to put on my speaker. Yes, this is what it read. And I want you to know why I am a defender of the poor and vulnerable. Congratulations on your graduation as a lawyer. I do pray you get to the next stage so that you can practice law on behalf of the oppressed. To be their voice so that they can have justice done to them. That is the card I received as we were in Kagasa celebrating. And it was signed by Reverend Sister Ursula Bugembe. So I thought I was going to be a lawyer like any other, but this was prophetic. I joined the judiciary as a magistrate grade 1. And that journey that was prophetically given to me by a mother who nurtured me for 6 years led me here. I remember when I joined as a senior project advocate, Senior Counsel Adrico was the president. And she took me aside and said, but Sylvia, I've been making orders and signing remand orders. Will you manage to transition and be an advocate, especially for this kind of people? I assured him, that was an interview, I assured him that I'm ready. I don't know what was driving me, but that was there, my early childhood high school that was shaping my destiny. And I began as a senior project advocate here. And I remember putting all my efforts to ensuring that we improve the legal aid project of the Uganda Law Society. And I am glad the legal aid project of Law Society became what it is, with my efforts and the efforts of the presidents then and the governing council, and has never turned back. And a demonstration of that is that part of the people I mentored, she's a CEO here. She came in as an intern, came in on clerkship, and she was able to be with us, and this is a demonstration that the seed we planted and we worked with has germinated. I was using so much of the legal language, orders and everything, but later on I had to transition into the human rights development work. And I have since diverted, especially after doing my master's in human rights and social justice perspectives. You don't remain the same lawyer that went to Makerere to do legalese. So then, as Uganda Law Society celebrates me, I want to really appreciate everyone that we have worked with, because an life achiever's journey is not done single-handedly. It is a collective effort. I wouldn't have been able to be here if it is not on the shoulders of the giants that I've stood on. Starting with the governing council in their respective succession. I worked with Moses Adrico. I worked with Senior Counsel Andrew Kasirie, the late Deon Kuzingoma, Mr. Bruce Kelele, Chika, the Justice of Court of Appeal, and the various management people that I worked with when I joined the Legal Aid Project. But also I've worked with other boards, especially at the Legal Aid Project, Legal Aid Service Providers Network. I will not mention them. I've worked with several professionals that are now lawyers in private practice, those that are judicial officers, those that are state attorneys, We went deep into villages. Lugusulu with FIDA. We went deep in villages, Kalangala, on the benches doing legal aid clinic. We were able to do it because we're a team. We've done research that has influenced policy. The amendment of the Children's Act, the administration of the Administration of Justice Act, now the legal aid law, which began in 2008 here, the first ever national open day, all national open week. It was a whole week that began the discussion of amending, of harmonizing the legal aid law and making it a national legal aid law. And then we had to be on the task force for the national legal aid policy. It began here. The concept began here, and I was not alone. So I want to recognize everyone who has made a contribution and has made me to come and achieve. And so when I'm achieving, you are also achieving. Everyone that I've moved with in that journey has achieved with me, and we want to thank God for that. I want to thank the Justice Land Order sector, the judiciary of Uganda. I've been recognized at the judiciary to be on a number of committees, and sitting there is a demonstration of the trust they have in my work. That also is making me to achieve. So I want to thank the Uganda judiciary and its leadership, the Justice Land Order sector, which is now the Access to Justice program, the police, the local government, because we have worked with local government, the media. The media has made me. I'm always on talk shows, I'm always on panels, I'm always everywhere. And because of that, I am who I am today. But also I want to thank the beneficiaries of Access to Justice legal aid. The women, the children, the girls, the men that are vulnerable. Without them, we cannot be there because they are the ones who give us what we do and how we do it. Least but not least last. I want to thank my parents. My mother, stand up for recognition. That 84-year lady and my father, who is now bedridden, if they were not valuing education, I would not be here. So my mother, Maria Namudu, I honor you. I honor my siblings, and I also honor my immediate family that is not able to be with me here because they are not in the country, and then others are studying. So I want to give God the glory and honor for you and for keeping you alive to see this day. The other day she was in Kololo. So she's reaping because she invested in the girl child education. She sacrificed, and I'm sure if she was to be educated to the level I am, she would be a lawyer. One day I will tell you some of the stories that she has managed to deal with at her level, even without involving us. So we thank God for that. And as I conclude, I want to say that I accept and receive this award with humility. And I promise to use it to further defending rights of those who are most vulnerable, and ensuring that in every space, I carry it with dignity. I want to dedicate this award to the women and girls that are facing barriers to access justice because the legal aid law is not yet enacted. They are still facing. So I want to dedicate it to them and to reassure them that we shall continue to push until 80% of Ugandans that cannot ably access services of the legal aid services or legal services are able to access justice. I also want to request that this award inspires the young generation, the lawyers, to take up access to justice and social justice with all the passion it requires. Originally, the legal profession is a noble profession. It was not made to only earn money. Where it comes from, that sack that you used to see, people would go and do pro bono, then they are rewarded. And later on, it changed. So let us go back. It rewards to have a career in giving back to society. So let this award inspire. And lastly and finally, the award is dedicated to my mother, who is with us here today. For you to be fulfilled that your labor was not in vain. I thank you and appreciate you once again for this honor.
A round of applause as the doctor is received by her fellow doctor. The beautiful scenery before us is in recognition of very much work done by the doctor. Your efforts are the foundation upon which we are operating as the Uganda Law Society, but also as your story has gone, it's touching across the board. So we thank you so much for your effort. We also pray that the Lord will bless you to grow as old as mommy or even older, because you're still as young as you look, and yet mommy is able to climb the stairs. So let's clap for mommy, who the award has been dedicated to, and all the other ladies that the award has been dedicated to, but also to everybody that the awards have been dedicated to. So yes, congratulations to our honorees. Let us clap for them once and for all and thank them for the work that has been done, because recognition is just one part of the story. Deep down behind that recognition, there is resilience, there is sacrifice, there is time spent, and of course, there is a struggle that cannot be touched or seen. So we want to thank you for all the efforts. Only thank you cannot be enough, but from the bottom of our hearts as the Uganda Law Society, thank you, and thank you. We have come to the moment where the recognitions can now be seen, and they're going to be escorted by the actual awards and presents, and there's going to be a session that is going to be guided over and taken charge of by the judicial officers that we have here, who very many ladies out there are looking up to. We are going to be awarding these gifts. We don't know if Miss Bonyo is still online. She's supposed to receive her award both digitally and physically. Miss Bonyo, are you online still, please?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much. She is going to be our first recipient of the gifts and presents, and they're going to be handed over to her worship, Marlene Obizu, who is going to hand that over to Miss Christina Wari, who is the CEO, and receiving on behalf of Miss Bonyo Linda. And we are going to request that all tech service individuals and those that are related to IT practice come and receive the award as well, because this is in recognition of technology. So those that are in the building and you're in the practice of IT, kindly feel free to come across. Her worship is going to receive from our staff, and we're going to kindly request the CEO to come and receive this award and hand it over digitally to Miss Bonyo. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards given over. Thank you. Is it possible to play that in between?
Yes, thank you so much. I have not hijacked the mic. Drake, I request that you play Miss Aboye like she is, and then the recipients on her behalf, you stand side by side on the screen there, as she is there. Yes, she's there, so they could stand on side by side, and then they receive her award on her behalf. But when she's amidst that, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The guidance has been received. We shall receive in her presence. That is as digital as it gets, right? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Madam CEO is going to receive on behalf of Miss Bonyo. Across the other side, Adam. So, Mimi, you're going to give her worship. No, you stand away, you're blocking the camera. Okay? And then she receives. And there is a citation inside there that is going to be featured for the cameras. Okay?
Thank you.
First that, then the flower, and then Madam CEO will receive all at once on behalf of Miss Bonyo. Okay? Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's try to do that. IT, are you able to do that? IT, is that possible? Is it practical? Is it practical because there's a camera? Is that okay? Miss Bonyo, all this is for you in recognition and the love that we have for you. So we know you are, we also want to capture you as well, you know? Okay. That's the CEO receiving on behalf of Miss Bonyo. Can we please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, Miss Bonyo. We love you. We are very recognizant of your work in East Africa and in Africa as a whole. You are also being looked at and studied across Uganda in recognition of the women. Happy Women's Day from the Uganda Law Society, and congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, all right. That is the award. Then the flowers. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. We thank our worship as well for presenting the same. Thank you so much. That was a little hectic. You have 1 minute to say something. Miss Bonyo, please.
I love you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We receive those. We receive them with love. May God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're moving forth to the next awardee. And of course, that's none other than the doctor from West Nile, the deputy president of the National Unity Platform Northern Region. And she's going to be escorted by Honorable Navagabe and the Secretary General, as well as Lemmy, right? And the gentleman who was introduced over here. You're going to be requested to escort the Honorable, and that present is going to be awarded by Her Worship Zuleika Nanteza. Over here, that one is here, I think, over here.
You will stand where? Come, no fraternity. This is us together. Yes. So emotional.
All right, there we go. This is in recognition of your efforts with your story that you've just shared. Very inspiring and very, very telling. The history that you've shared, the now of where you are, and the freedom that you are fighting for, and putting forth the space for the young ladies, the women, and the general public in whole. We want to thank you and want to recognize your efforts. Thank you so much once again. The smile is beautiful, and you really, really have showed us that it is possible in this Uganda to fight for freedom and still wear a smile. Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you for the recognition. All right. That is one of two of three. And finally, there comes the flowers. Thank you. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. A picture. You can just okay from there. Thank you. You can take one final picture before we excuse you. One final picture with your team before we excuse you. Okay, the cameras, are we together? And those that are digitally watching us, you can also take a screenshot. You can take a screenshot on your phone and make sure you share this with the world at large. These are women that are creating space for the other ladies coming after them. Thank you so much. This is the whole team. Thank you so much. You could take your seats. Thank you so much. All right, as they go back, a round of applause for them as we welcome Dr. Sylvia, who is also going to be awarded by the same worship because they have been seated next to each other. They have been giving themselves some stories. So here we go, and this time round, yes, this is going to be presented by the HR. Thank you. She's going to be welcome. She needs to be escorted. Banang, hey. No, it's not possible. Last note, where are you? Come and escort your mother. And we also have the CEO who is escorting her mother, who has laid the foundation at the Uganda Law Society for Legal Aid. With all the statistics that she has shared, it's only right that we recognize such individuals so as to encourage those that are coming after her and those that are already in the struggle and need to also be encouraged that it is possible. So here we go. All right, the big family, she carried her whole stuff, and it is only right that she is recognized. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. As the head of HR is handing over the little gifts, very, very deep from the heart of Uganda Law Society. Okay, very beautiful. This is once in a lifetime. What a time to be alive during the era of the radical new bar. Okay, finally. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is beautiful. The ladies know how to do it. I think the men would have kept it somewhere else. Okay, thank you so much. Your worship, you can retain you can go back to your seat. Thank you so much. This is a final picture for the family that has escorted Doctor. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Hard work pays. Okay, thank you, and thank you. Okay, a round of applause as they receive their picture moment. Okay, thank you. You could retain your seats, please. All right, thank you. Some housekeeping. Thank you so much for bearing with us. After a very long and industrious journey of recognition and awards being issued, we are going to hear from the representatives from the judiciary. This actually as well has been coined around women in technology, away from what the ladies who before us have received the awards. And we are going to hear from the judiciary representatives on that particular issue before we can delve into the next segment of the activities. So if it's well, may it please you, if you don't mind, you're welcome to the podium. We can yield the microphone to you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me adopt that protocol that was highlighted in the morning when we started. Nanteza Zulaika is my name. I am a Deputy Registrar of the High Court, but attached to the Court of Appeal in charge of appellate mediation. I take the opportunity to thank the Governing Council and the President of ULS for this initiative. The ED, we thank you so much for bringing us on board. We may be here in different spaces, but what matters most is that we are all women and we are celebrating ourselves. So thank you so much for honoring us. Thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of this event. I was instructed by the Chief Registrar to come and represent her. She had been initially invited with another person, so she asked me to represent her at this event. And I bring her greetings to her, to you, from her. We were supposed to be discussing what our role has been as women, what we have done in the technology space, us as judicial officers who are ladies and women at that. And I wish to inform the people that are here that the women in the judiciary have embraced technology. And if we had not done so, there's so much that we would be missing out on. Everything that we're doing in the judiciary is on technology. We're almost going paperless. You must have heard the Chief Justice recently in his remarks instructing us to stop using paper by 1st of July 2026. We are hoping and praying that it's going to be possible, because we know that we are dealing with a community that has not reached that level where they totally can go paperless, but still we are going to be able to accommodate them. The judiciary has put in place a lot of innovations that are technology linked, and we want to use this opportunity to call upon the people of the Republic of Uganda to embrace those innovations. The first of its kind is the ICMIS that we run, a court case management system, where people file their pleadings and all the papers, or everything they want to file in court through that system. It's going to, first of all, help us achieve our dream of going paperless, but also it's going to help us to be able to reduce on the interaction with us. People used to allege a lot of corruption at all the stages of filing matters in court, and now they're using paper, they're using online to file their pleadings. So that means they don't have to interact with so many of us, including our support team and us, the judicial officers. When now you come to court and you're seeking for a hearing date, you don't have to come to me physically. You use that system to file your request, and me as a registrar, I'll endorse it and forward it where it is supposed to go, and then you'll have a hearing date. So I would like to let people know that technology is not leaving us behind, and even us as women, we are forced to come into that space, because if an institution is going to go paperless and you're working with that institution, there is no way you're going to insist and not come into the technology space that has been offered to us as women. We also use technology when we conduct Zoom hearings. So many people don't know that when you're in US, now you don't have to come to Uganda to give evidence in court. We can take your evidence using the visual audio recording systems or equipments that we have in our courts. They may not be everywhere in Uganda, but most of the high courts have. So we want to use this platform that has been given to us to call upon the people of the Republic of Uganda to embrace those forms of technology that we are using in the judiciary. I have personally done it when I was working in Barara. I used to do a lot of online hearings when people would be out of the country, and they were very efficient, and they were as good as if someone was sitting in court and giving evidence. So let us not fear to use technology even when we are women. But also the beauty about our systems is, like for instance, IKIMIS. If you don't have an IKIMIS account, when you go to court, there is always a room. It's a server room where you find our staff who can still be able to help you to use our system. So don't fear to use it. When you eventually have an account of your own or use your lawyer's account, you can be able to do it from wherever you are. And if you're not able to use it, please use the systems that have been put in at court and the manpower that is at our courts. So many of you have been bashing us that we are an institution that is irresponsive to people's needs. That is not true. We are doing our best to make sure that we can improve. And we want to call upon you, the members of the public, to please let us know. Give us that feedback, whether positive or negative. We shall take it up and be able to work on the same, because we know that the power that we have is derived from the people. Even when people see us as judicial officers and think that we are very big, we are not answerable to anyone, that is not true. The power that we have is derived from the people, and we should be able to give them the kind and quality of justice that they desire. We should be able to move with the trends, but also consider the fact that so many people in Uganda are not technology friendly. So that's why we put in place those other methods that they can use, or that's why we put in place people that can support them when they want to interact with us on our systems. Another way that we use technology as women in the judiciary is there's we have a page of URI where all judgments and research can be done. When you go and check on URI, it's a website, you will find that most of us, the female judicial officers, have accounts with URI. They help us to do research. They help us to come to terms with the new developments or recent developments like AI. I can be able to use my account on URI and connect with AI and do any kind of research that I want to do. So don't think that the trends are going to leave us behind. These young children these days think, because we are generations way above them, that we are not adaptive. There's a situation that you're in and you have to be adaptive, and you'll have to be using the system, because that is all you can do. So for URI, those of you who are students and are still at school, use URI, Uganda Law Reporting System that we have. It's a website. It can help you to research. If you want to see how many judgments a judge has given or how many decisions have been made on a particular aspect, go and just insert in, maybe say, I want to see cases of trespass between the year 2025 and 2026. All those cases that have been decided will be coming onto your page, and you'll be able to use them for research purposes, but also to get informed about what is happening in the country. Thirdly, we have LexisNexis that we use as judicial officers to also do research. Also, still as female judicial officers, we have accounts and we use it to do research. Let no one lie to you that we still have libraries with very many books. When you go to High Court, you'll be shocked. Our library is not very well equipped, but I think it is intentional. They want us to be pushed to be able to use the online services that we have, which the judiciary and the government of Uganda pay for, to do research and be able to give you people judgments that can stand the test of time. There are so many ways that we use technology, even on our phones, even in our homes. Some people do business and they interact with us. When I want to buy something now from anyone in Chikubo, sometimes I don't have to go to their shop. I use my phone to purchase. So even us as judicial officers who are female at that have embraced technology and we are using it. Maybe the level at which we are using it is what is still lacking, or maybe the nature of activities that we conduct on those online platforms that we have is a little different from yours, but just know that we use them. But also the judiciary has a number of handles that we run. We have a Twitter handle, we have a Facebook, very many where you can give us feedback on how you think our services are to you. Don't fear to criticize us as long as you do it in a respectable way. People are going to start saying, the Chief Justice told us when you attack a judicial officer, they will arrest you. Some of those things can be just quoted out of context. If a person came up and said, Our Worship Nantes has my judgment and it has been pending for the last 3 years, that is a genuine concern, isn't it? No one is going to arrest you because me as a judicial officer, I am supposed to deliver a judgment within 60 days from the date of the last hearing. So people should get to know how we work. We are an institution that should be and must be accountable to the people because we don't work in a space where we are there just alone. But also our most important clients are you people that we serve. So don't fear to interact with us. Go to our social media handles, leave your communication there. We shall respond to it. And maybe it will help us to improve on our services because that is our goal. Our vision is to ensure that we are able to give the people of the Republic of Uganda justice, a justice system that fits all kind of people, no matter which color you come from, no matter which tribe you are, no matter who you are or level of income. Our duty is that we should be able to give you justice, and a justice that suits your needs. And now for me, because I'm into mediation, I cannot fail to use this space to call upon people to embrace mediation. This morning we were on NTV and we were sensitizing people on how they can use mediation in electoral disputes. If there is anything that is very expensive to litigate in, it's electoral disputes. When you go to a law firm and you want to petition maybe an MP seat or whatever it is, someone will charge you legal fees of about 15 million shillings. How many Ugandans can afford that? Remember, sometimes before people go to contest, they have borrowed money to participate in the process, and then you have finished an election. Unfortunately, you have lost it, and then you want to go to court. Yes, we cannot lock you out. We want you to come to our courts, but we are still going to subject you to mediation because we know when you talk, you are able to bring on board what it is that you want us to do for you. Unless if it is outside the law, that's when we cannot give it to you. But when you do mediation and you have a judgment or a consent that is within the law, my duty as a judicial officer is to endorse it and be that what it is because that is what your will is. People must understand that when you come to court, we cannot force you to do anything. And yet when you subject yourself to litigation, me as a judicial officer, I will hear the evidence and I'll make a decision or a judgment. When you do mediation, you come with a consent that is agreeable to both of you as parties that are disputing before court. So let the people who have petitions arising out of the elections that have just happened recently come to court. We have mediators who have been trained. They will attend to you. Even some of us who are judicial officers are still doing mediation because when I have a judicial officer mindset and then I want to be a mediator or I am a mediator, already I can look at your case and know how good or how bad it is, of course with due respect. So I can be able to guide you or facilitate you when you are doing a mediation. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the Law Society for inviting us and giving us this platform to speak for and on behalf of the judiciary, and I convey greetings from the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda and the entire management, top management of the judiciary, and we are committed to work with the Law Society at whatever cost because it's our first client. They help us get connected to you, the members of the public. So whatever it is that you need to work on, let us sort it out and be able to work very well. We are cousins, like first cousins. So we cannot choose to be in a space where the lawyers will not be, but also the lawyers cannot choose in a space where we cannot be. We are supposed to be in one space and dispense justice and help the people of the Republic of Uganda be able to access that quality of justice that they have always desired. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you very much. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Worship. We are very grateful. Women in technology, and that for us is supposed to mean what we are saying as far as the Uganda Law Society tenets. One of the tenets that Uganda Law Society current Radical New Bar Council is pushing for digitalization. We embrace the changes. We appreciate the effort the government has put and the continued sensitization and exercises that you keep offering in trying to espouse that particular aspect. And we're just going to listen in to worship Marlene Obizu, who is also going to do the same and sensitize a little more in the same regard so that we can have the whole message received wholly. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome worship Marlene Obizu.
Good afternoon. I observe the protocol that has already been laid. My name is Marlene Obizu. I'm a magistrate, grade 1. I work at the Judicial Training Institute. My supervisor has already spoken to you and relayed some of the things that the institution is doing with regard to technology and the female judicial officers. She mentioned Yuli among one of the things. How many lawyers here? How many lawyers do we have in here? Oh, okay. In the audience? We don't have lawyers? I see RNB everywhere, but I'm not seeing hands up. Okay, well, if you're a lawyer and you do not know about Yuli, then I'll say that you're doing disservice to yourself. How many of you know about Yuli? Yuli. How many of you are using it? Ah, good number. Thank you. So I work at Judicial Training Institute, and specifically my deployment is law reporting. We are the ones that ensure that those laws that you use to research are on that platform. Okay? So what is Yuli? You all know what it is, Uganda Legal Information Institute. That's the platform. Now, what we do is basically to give free legal access. ULII, Yuli. So what we do is to give free legal access to literally everybody. But then mostly our users are judicial officers, prosecutors, advocates, and students. Those at LDC, I know many times they call us and say, oh, we're not seeing this decision on Yuli. What is happening? So people have embraced Yuli. And currently we have about 300, and we get 350,000 users every month on average. 350,000. That means that Yuli has been embraced by all these people. And we are spread across 45 countries, the farthest being Nepal. Who knows where Nepal is? You know where it is? Where is it? Exactly. Very far away from Uganda. Okay? So that means that people have embraced Yuli. Yuli is not just for Ugandans, it is not just for East Africa, but it is for the entire globe. So we have about 350 users monthly, the people that access Yuli and use Yuli. And so far, we have about 41,450 cases or decisions on Yuli. When I came to Yuli, my supervisor is called His Worship Joel Wegoye. When we went to Yuli, that was about 2.5 years ago, there were about 14,000 decisions. So in about 2 years, we've been able to triple that number of decisions. Why we do that is because we know that to do your research every day, to be able to write a judgment, you need to research. And to be able to research, you need access to the information. And we make this readily available. Now, what are the products on Yuli? The products we have on Yuli are judgments and rulings. We have gazettes. We have Hansards. And these are things that we know that we need every day for our decisions. Why do we have Hansards? Before I go there, what decisions do we put on Yuli? We have judgments of High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court. These are courts of record. But other than that, we also have decisions from the tribunals in the country. And then we have decisions from the regional courts, East African Court of Justice, East African Court of Appeal, all those decisions, we upload them because we know that you need these decisions. I remember previously in law school, we used to have all those books. Of course, they're still there. I don't know if they're still updating them because now we have gone digital. So you have the EYAKA, I don't know, Adan versus R, I don't know what the citation is, but I think it's EYAKA or something. So we now have these on Yuli. You can go there and you find a decision. Then why do we have Hansards? I'd mentioned Hansards. Hansard, these are parliamentary Hansards. Why do we have them? What we are now doing at Yuli is that we are making sure that when you're reading a decision, for example, and then you find a specific law which has been cited, you're able to know what was the intention of Parliament by the time they came to the conclusion that this specific section of the law should be like this. When you look at, for example, there's been an argument about rape and defilement, whether a girl can be raped. Remember that, as well, lawyers? Whether a girl can be raped? I think we remember that. So when you go to the Hansard, you will find that there was no intention by Parliament that a girl should fit in the definition of rape. So that is why we include things like Hansards on Yuli. Now, the Yuli platform has a number of features that can help you to navigate to be able to get these decisions. First of all, these decisions are arranged in such a way that when you know the decision was passed, let's say by Justice Nanteza, for example, okay? You will just go to and type her name, or you will look at letters A to Z, and Nanteza starts with N. So when you go to N, you'll be able to find Justice Nanteza. And when you type in or click on Justice Nanteza, you'll be able to look at all the decisions she has made which have been posted on Yuli. So you don't have to run around looking for a decision or calling neighbors, friends, where is this decision? You can just find it there. Number two, these decisions are categorized according to the years that they have been delivered, the judgments especially. So when you know this decision was delivered in January 2026, you can go to 2026, click, and it will bring for you all the decisions that were delivered in 2026, and you're able to find the specific decision that you're looking for. And then also we have other features like where you want to make a comment. For example, like I said, we're using these decisions to make research. So when you're making a research, sometimes you want to make notes, isn't it? When you're at LDC, you will highlight, we buy highlights, and you highlight a whole paragraph. Now on Yuli, you have an option where you can write comments so that you do not lose that particular text that you know, that you want to refer to later. So you can make that comment and save it. And when you save it, even when you come back 1 month after, 6 months after, a year after, you will still find that comment there. So this helps you with your research. Instead of getting papers and highlighting things, or there used to be those stickers also that you write on, you no longer have to do that with Yuli. You can just keep your comment there and you can refer back to it when you have the time or when you now want to make use of that particular decision. And then what we also do, for example, for legislations also, now we create, when you tap on a legislation, let's say it's the Penal Code Act, on your left, it will give you the table of contents. So instead of looking through the whole act to see where is this specific section, you just click on the table of contents, and if it's a specific, let's say you want to know aggravated defilement, you just type in aggravated defilement, it will bring for you where exactly, on what page this specific section is. So you don't have to scroll all through. Are we there? Okay. And then we do hyperlinking and interlinking. What do I mean? When, for example, you have a decision, and in this decision, there have been laws that have been referred to. So when we're uploading this case, we hyperlink in such a way that when you're reading the decision and you reach to the point of that law which has been cited, when you click on that law, okay, it will bring for you the whole law. You do not have to again close this browser and then go to another browser and look for the law. Are we getting it? So that makes your work easy. That means that you can actually read legislation within the decision. So you don't have to run, close here, and then run, look for the law again, then come back to the decision. That is what I mean by hyperlinking and interlinking. And then, like I said, these decisions being categorized according to the names of the judges and then the years, but also the principles. What are you looking for? For example, when you go to the platform, it's just not possible that we could do a demo here, because the time wouldn't allow. But when you go to the Yuli platform, you'll find that there are features there whereby you will just type in, if it's land, for example, it's a decision on land, you will type in land and it will bring you all the cases that you want on land. Or you can type in, for example, adverse possession, because that is a decision you're looking for. You're making a judgment and there's a principle that you want in adverse possession. You type in adverse possession, it will bring you all the decisions, whether from High Court or to Supreme Court on adverse possession. So you don't have to go manually looking for any decision on a particular principle. If it is fraud, it will bring you from Frederick Zawe to the rest of the decisions, and you're able to find them easily. Now, we have what we call the Tanzanite package. This is a new package. Usually previously, you need to know that it has been, it's a family of the Lees. We have the SAFLI, that is South African, then we have Kenyan law, and then we have in other countries too. But the Tanzanite package has been run by Tanzania, and we realize that it is a very good package. It is going to help us to do a lot of things. New features are going to come on board to make, because these things I'm talking about, you'll be like, oh, our work has been eased, but we're even going to ease in this work the more. For example, you've been Karamoja. I believe that internet in some parts of Karamoja is limited, or there's no internet in certain parts of Karamoja. But remember, we have judicial officers there, we have state attorneys there, we have lawyers who are practicing there. So with Tanzanite package, you're going to be able to access the laws, you're going to be able to access Yuli without necessarily having internet. Does that make our work easier? So in a few months, it wouldn't take a year, in a few months, because I know that the Chief Justice already signed on this, so it's going to happen. We are going to be able to access all these laws and the decisions, the legislations on Yuli without necessarily having internet access. And then, as of this morning at about 4 a.m., we got a new feature. It's an AI feature. It's called Ask AI Questions and Understand This Document Faster Using AI. When you go on Yuli, you'll see that feature. So when you click, and it gives you where you can type in. So as long as you are reading a particular text, let's say it's a decision, let's say it is a particular legislation, you will type in what you want, okay? Maybe you want to understand the content of the decision without necessarily having to read the entire, because some of these judgments are 50 pages. You may be, it's an urgent matter, senior counsel is calling you in court, can you give me this right now? And you're saying, what do I do? So go in there, type in. It will summarize for you what the content is. It will highlight for you all the key issues that you want from that decision. It will even guide you on the relevant parts, because sometimes not the entire judgment is very relevant, but it will take you to the relevant parts of that decision. It will take you to the particular sections of the law that you want. You just have to type in, I want this, and it will guide you to that. So we are expecting that with the Tanzanite package, which is now, because actually, Judiciary of Uganda has not fully bought Yuli. It has been run by South Africans, but now we have fully bought it, and we expect to have more features in on the platform, which is going to ease our access to legal information and enable us to do our research better. So what maybe you need to know is that we do this manually, especially the uploading. It's not automatic. That's why when you go on the platform and you don't find a decision, don't say this point not working. We're actually working. So what we do is that we get these decisions. For example, we have a case collection exercise that we conduct quarterly. We go to the Supreme Court and collect decisions from way back, okay? These are decisions which existed before the technology was here. So we go and collect them, scan them, and then upload them. We have retrieved decisions as far as 1926, okay? So that is what we are doing. We do this manually. So when you don't find a particular decision, and as long as you know, for example, which court made the decision or which judge, you can always reach out to us, and then we can trace for it and then upload it for you. That is what we do. So we do it manually, and don't fault us where you don't find a certain decision that you're looking for. And technology is here to stay. It's not about to go away. So I urge all of us, especially who are legal researchers, as well as scholars, judicial officers, and legal practitioners, to embrace technology and specifically embrace Yuli. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that insight. Very, very, very critical items to master about practice of law and technology particularly. We have taken note of the hyperlinking, interlinking, the opening of accounts on your Yuli, for your Yuli, and categorization. We are going to, of course, take more of this. We're not able to have the demo because we are working with the judiciary to also have these exercises and activities embedded in the Uganda Law Society calendar so that we can have these trainings as often as possible. We wrote to them last year, particularly the ED of JTI, and we are in discussion to have those sessions added to our calendar. And of course, we are very excited about the analog technology because, as we have realized, there is not internet everywhere, like she said, in Karamoja, all those far to reach places. But we want to ensure, they want to ensure, the judiciary, of course, working together with the Uganda Law Society and other stakeholders, that these laws are able to be accessed in these areas. And the translated laws will be very helpful, because the indigents and the people up country might not all necessarily be able to understand the language of English. So by the help of Yuli to get the interpretation and the translation, we're able to have the laws reach the individuals. And then the excitement of the 4 a.m. establishment, the Ask AI feature, that is going to help all of us. We just want to caution you not to use AI to write your submissions, because the magistrates and judicial officers are very alive to that aspect. So be careful as you ask AI. Put in some effort, read some books, and quote laws which are going to be recognizable. And then the case collection exercise. Thank you so much for increasing on the quality of the work that you do. Thank you so much. We are going to have one session. It's going to be a group picture moment so that we can also excuse some of the judicial officers and the officers that have been here with us to go for other functions. It's been a very exciting morning with them, but also we need to recognize that there's just a lot that is happening and they have other instructions and duties to carry on. We're going to request the whole team that has sat with us today to approach the podium. We have a group picture, and then those that need to leave will be excused, and we shall extend our coverage of this function to the next session. Adam, we're going to request you to come and take charge. The awardees can also carry their gifts to liven the picture. The awardees. And our mother, the CEO. Yes. Yes, they're just the flower. Also that, eh? Okay, okay, that's okay. Okay, the cameraman.
Madam Jolie in front. Council Babu there next to CEO. I request that that their worship they come to where you are and you go behind Council Babu. Yes.
Your worship.
Your worship behind.
Powerful ladies. Okay. Cameraman, are you there? Yes. Don't capture us, we're not there also. A smile, okay. You can also say Radical Nuba. Okay. Okay. That is awesome. Are you through?
No, but representing council. Yes.
Miss Bonyo is also with us in spirit. You can imagine she's standing somewhere there between the two doctors.
Wait.
Our online audience is saying those are beautiful smiles. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have very many people following us online. Mr. Mwaka Emmanuel, who is following us from Kuwait. Thank you so much, Mr. Mwaka Emmanuel. We appreciate your following. He is an IT expert. Thank you so much for following us, and thank you for the message about technology. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Mwaka says embrace technology as a tool to ease the legal process. Use information discrimination through TikTok, Instagram, and other social channels. Yes. LASPNet. Team LASPNet. Okay, okay. Thank you. Cameraman, kindly take all those pictures. Okay. Okay. I'm going to also join my mother, Doctor. It won't be alone. Team LASPNet with Doctor. Our D is constant. Your award will never be appreciated enough. Okay, cameraman over here. Cameraman, the awardees. Okay. Party after party at the Uganda Law Society. Okay, Team LASPNet, kindly join, it's okay. Okay, thank you for gracing the occasion. Thank you. This is a very powerful team, a very, very powerful team. We recognize your efforts across the board on social media. LASPNet has taken social media to another level. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yes. One more. As the women in tech, the women in tech are going to organize and also take a picture with the awardees. The women in tech, we're talking about the judicial officers who have given us a very big lesson. Is it okay? You've had enough? Okay. Any other women in tech around? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We're getting done. Cameraman over here, please. One more. First. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. With the mother who raised her, who has seen her come through the ranks, climb the ranks to this Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you so much, Mommy. Toyanziza toyazenge mama. Okay. So another now, is that women in tech? Okay, women in tech. No. It's okay. It's okay. Just these ladies. Okay, just these ladies. As they are, very beautiful ladies. Thank you so much for espousing. Camera. Okay, one there. Special envoy and our council. Okay, over here, please. Women in tech. Okay. Very powerful ladies. We recognize your presence. We appreciate your effort. And we continue to pray that the Lord will use you in the best way possible as you do the work of the Lord. Thank you so much. I think that's about it for the camera time, the picture moments. Thank you so much. We shall excuse the gallant members that needed to leave for other functions. I'm aware the judicial officers have another program to run. So thank you so much for gracing the occasion. As we prepare for the third session. Where are my things? Okay, thank you so much, ladies, for gracing the occasion. We appreciate your worship. May God bless you. We shall continue to be in touch, and we are lovely, your presence. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forth to the next session. This is an action-packed, women-led activity and function. We are going to move very straight to our next session, Women in the Frontline, where we are experiencing enforced disappearances, political prisoners, and the fight for freedom. And we are going to, of course, very fast move to the next individual going to welcome for us a very, very dignified lady who has been at the forefront for fighting for justice for women, but also for the whole public, as we are aware. I would like to know if Dr. Stella Nyanzi is online. Yes, doctor?
Can you see me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you are heard loud and clear. I'm going to welcome Miss Afra Apio, the head of Rule of Law Department, to introduce the doctor so as to get into the session that the doctor is going to take us through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Across history, progress has always required people willing to stand in uncomfortable places. In Uganda's democratic society, many women have stood exactly there at the front line of courage. And they continue to fight for freedom, dignity, and constitutional governance. Today, we are joined by such extraordinary women. And I would like to begin with Dr. Stella Nyanzi, who is joining us online. She's a Ugandan human rights advocate. She's a poet. She's a medical philanthropist. She's a feminist. She's a scholar of sexuality, queer rights. She's a queer rights advocate, family planning, and public health. She was arrested in 2017 and lives in exile in Germany. She fights for freedom and liberty. Please welcome me in welcoming Dr. Stella Nyanzi, who is online. Thank you. Dr. Stella.
Right. Hi, thank you very much for a wonderful introduction. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Right. So as we start the second session, I want to thank very much the Uganda Law Society President, Isaac Kimaze Semakade, for inviting me to participate for a few minutes on the session on enforced disappearances, political prisoners, and the fight for freedom, women in the front line. My name is Stella Nyanzi, as I've been introduced. I am wearing my uniform, prison uniform from Luzira Women Prison. I was a remanded prisoner, as I've been introduced. For our 3 lifetime awardees, Ms. Linda Bonyo, Dr. Lina Zedriga, and Dr. Sylvia Namubiru Mukasa, I celebrate you. And for me, you're the protocol of the day. The judicial officers have gone. The politicians probably have gone as well. The important people have gone. But I think for me, as we celebrate International Women's Day, it's important that we remember the women who cannot go from their places of incarceration. And so I'm wearing my uniform as a prisoner, a uniform I wore when I was a political prisoner because of the judicial decisions that were taken by women. And I will underline women again in the judiciary. My only crime was writing a poetry that refused to recognize the legitimacy of dictator Yoweri Museveni, and as a poet, I used colorful words, and so I was arrested not once, not twice, but many times. As an ex-political prisoner, I want to celebrate Comrade, and these are my comrades really. People call her Mama, people call her Auntie, people call her Granny. I call her my comrade, Dr. Lina Zedriga, because she is a comrade who is an ex-prisoner. So we celebrated universities and the knowledge from university. I want to enter this place as a person who graduated from the University of Understanding at Luzira Women Prison, that university which confers upon us the degree of ex-prisoner. We are ex-prisoners together, and when women sit together to celebrate International Women's Day, many times we are forgotten. While women prisoners are recognized in Uganda, many times those who are left out are political prisoners. And so we're not just ex-prisoners, we are ex-political prisoners. I am a proud ex-political prisoner wearing a uniform I took from Luzira Women Prison as an act, a political act of resistance. When I was getting onto the flight in Entebbe, I made sure among the things I packed was my uniform, which I took out of Luzira Women Prison as an act of resistance. Dr. Lina Zedriga is my comrade, but so is Ms. Jolly Jacqueline Tukamshaba, another ex-prisoner, an amazing comrade. Two of these ladies were abducted from their homes, abducted by the state, abducted violently by a public institution, state actors with guns who took them away from their homes just after we'd had national parliamentary and presidential elections in Uganda. The whole world was horrified when our comrades' homes were invaded by these men with guns who put them in drones or whatever other vehicle and took them away to God knows where. When the news of your abduction, Comrade Lina Zedriga and Comrade Jolly Jacqueline Tukamshaba, hit the social media waves, my heart sank. I was full of fear. And I remembered my own abduction. I remembered the violence. I remembered the fear that my children were subjected to. My abduction and disappearance was for only 3 days, but Comrade Lina Zedriga, your abduction was not for just days. Days turned into weeks, 1 week, a second week, a third week. Nobody knew where you were. There were rumors you were in Gulu. There were rumors maybe you were in Luzira. We didn't know where you are. And I want to say that for me, as we celebrate International Women's Day, many times when disappeared people's names are mentioned, it's the names of men. Very rarely are the names of women in Uganda who have been disappeared after abduction by the state. And very rarely are the names of disappeared women prisoners mentioned. And so I want to celebrate the fact that even after 3 weeks, almost a month of disappearance, both of you were found. After the state, after UPDF and Uganda Police Force spokespersons denied having you, denied knowing where you were, denied knowledge of your detention, you were released and vomited into courts where we watched your bodies being tried, being charged, being requested to take plea, whether guilty or not. In that moment, I remembered that very many times when political prisoners are mentioned, we remember men, but we don't remember women. And I remembered the fact that in Luzira Women Prison, there are political prisoners, as you told us, Comrade Lina Zedriga. There are political prisoners who are women. We know the faces of those women in NUP, comrades such as Olivia Lutaya, comrades such as Sauda Madada, comrades such as Doreen Kaija, but there are so many other political prisoners rotting away in prison. And I think for me, as we begin this discussion, I want to also remember the husband of Dr. Lina Zedriga, who is a missing person, whose disappearance occurred in 2001, long before the current epoch of disappearances. Evidence that there's been a long history of disappearances, missing persons, abductions of people in Uganda, citizens in Uganda who should be protected by the state. And so I want to say for me that even as we celebrate women in Uganda, women in East Africa, women in the world, we must never forget women who've been disappeared. We must never forget women political prisoners who are rotting away in our prisons. We must never forget that they come in all shapes and sizes. They come in from all generations. I was shocked, Mama Lina Zedriga, when I saw you standing in that suspect's dock. I was horrified that the state could disappear a senior citizen, someone way past 60 years old. What sort of country do we live in? And so I want to stand together with Uganda Law Society and celebrate both my comrades, Lina Zedriga and Comrade Jolly Jacqueline Tukamshaba, women who have refused to be silenced. In this moment, I want to celebrate the Lifetime Award that you have received, Dr. Lina Zedriga, because you receive it for me as well. By the recognition that's bestowed upon you, Ugandans, together with Uganda Law Society, are refusing to receive you in shame. We honor you, we acknowledge you, we celebrate you, we love you. And Mama Lina Zedriga, from me and my children, I want to remind the world that you're not a partisan mother, you're a mother to all people, including women in opposition in Uganda who do not necessarily believe in NUP. I'm not a member of the NUP. I have contested against NUP candidates. But when I needed a Ugandan woman I could trust with my children to take them back to Uganda, because I cannot enter that country, I cannot enter the borders of Uganda. Mama Lina Zedriga, you remember, you offered your motherhood to my children, exiled Ugandan children. You came to Germany, you received my children, you escorted them to the airport, you entered with them into Uganda. You brought them back to me safely in Germany. I'm not an NUP woman. I am not a Lugbara. I am not a Roman Catholic. I'm not from your class. And yet you mothered me as I mothered my children. What sort of mother is that? Who even mothers those who are rejected, who even mothers those who compete against you, who even mothers those who criticize you. As the world recognizes you, Mama Lina Zedriga, my children and I, children of an exiled, ex-convict, ex-prisoner, dissident, committed to the liberation struggle in Uganda, as the world celebrates you, me and my children celebrate you as well. And I want to stand together with the Radical New Bar and those tables celebrating you, Mama Lina Zedriga. Those tables celebrating you, Mama Lina Zedriga. I banged those tables celebrating you, Mama Lina Zedriga. And Comrade Jolly Jacqueline Tukamshaba, as we remember Women's Day, let us remember our experiences in prison, not with shame, but we wear them as medals of honor. Thank you very much. I have done my little part of 5 minutes of celebrating you, and I will remain in the audience to continue the session. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Wow, 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 wow. Dr. Stella Nyanzi, you never disappoint. Another round of applause for her. That was so powerful and speaking direct to the day, the theme, and the individuals that have been awarded and the history you've given, especially with Doctor who has mothered you when she didn't know you and has offered herself to you, speaks so much into the decision that the Uganda Society has taken to award her among so many other women. And your story, your uniform, the recount of your experience is very deep, and it is supposed to show the world that persecution does not necessarily end at you giving up, especially if you have people to look up to. So your reliance on doctors' story as well as all the other wadis also means that we can rely on you even when you're not with us and in exile. Oh no, of course you know that we love you and we follow you and we wish you the best over there, believing and trusting in God to deliver you and also help you pursue the justice that you keep to do in the work that you do. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. We appreciate you. We appreciate your remarks. They have been an opening towards the second session, which is one of turmoil, suffering, serfdom, disappearances, as we had spoken, going through the gutters in the jails and coming out victorious, hence the victory. And there is no other person that can follow your experience other than one who has indeed wore that uniform and been disappeared and been looked for by family, friends, and in-laws, including the party. She, as in the capacity of Deputy President of the National Unity Platform in charge of Western Uganda, she also holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree from Makerere University and a Master's of Business Administration at Uganda Matters University in Kozi. She has been a very strong voice for the rule of law and human rights in the Western region, and she's also very passionate about women empowerment and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome with me Miss Jolie Tukamushaba. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A belated happy Women's Day to the ladies in the house. Yeah, I chose to adopt the protocol that had been earlier on shared. Yeah, I stand before you, ladies and gentlemen, not as a leader, but as a woman who has experienced the fragile intersection between power, justice, and vulnerability. My name is Jacqueline Jolie Tukamushaba, a daughter of Ruchiga, a mother, a leader, but above all, a believer in the promise that justice must belong to everyone, not only the powerful, not only the wealthy, but also the unheard, the marginalized, and also the forgotten women and girls across the country. I would like to appreciate my president, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. I appreciate the National Unity Platform for giving me an opportunity to talk to the land friends. I am humbled. Above all, I want to appreciate the daughters of Mary Sisters from Rwanda who saw me when I had come to Masaka to work as a maid, and they gave me an opportunity to go to school. I am here because the church touched me, and that's the reason as to why, even when I'm detained, even when I'm beaten, I gave a vow to God that when I stand somewhere, I will fight for the less privileged, and here I am. Whoever is to beat me, whoever is to detain me, until you get tired, I am here to fulfill a vow that I made to my Creator, who saw me from the villages of Kamwezi and gave me an opportunity to speak to the multitudes. Today, we discuss advancing women empowerment and promoting gender equality and access to justice. These are not merely academic ideas. For many women in Uganda, these words represent survival. Across the communities, women continue to face barriers that limit their participation in leadership, economic independence, and access to justice. Many women who report violence face stigma. Many girls drop out of school because of poverty or early marriage. Many women fear speaking out because systems meant to protect them sometimes fail them. Yet, despite these challenges, Ugandan women continue to strive to rise. They rise as farmers feeding the nation. They rise as entrepreneurs supporting families. They still rise as lawyers, judges, activists, and political leaders shaping our democracy. The lawyers, the advocates, the activists, we look up to you for support. Even if you don't want to do it for humanity, do it for God. Be in your room and think about that woman that you're going to detain, and at the back of your mind, you clearly know she is innocent. Those that have known me know me as a peace-loving person. And rarely, if at all any, do I incite violence. I was so hurt that among all the charges, that was the one that could be slapped in my face. Wow, Jackie, inciting violence? And my village mates who know me better, none of them could believe. Briefly, I'll share that I was contesting for the woman member of parliament for Ruchiga. And most of my supporters were actually subscribing to NRM. The message that I was preaching was really as peaceful as it can be. To them, briefly to chip in, I told them, if you have been married to a man for 40 years, and he has never bought you a bouquet of flowers, my sister, forget. So I told them, whatever we haven't received in Uganda for the 40 years, we may not get. So I was actually telling them, let's break this marriage and get married to NUP, plainly. And people actually accepted my message. Yeah, I believe the masses that supported me probably scared some section of people, and they had to hide me a day before elections. And in my heart, I kept saying, so if they rob my victory, where do I run to? Thank God I'm before you today. And I'm telling you, I was denied to participate in the elections, and I need justice from you, the land friends. Thank God I'm here to speak to you. Well, women are not simply beneficiaries of justice. They are builders of justice. However, to achieve empowerment, it requires deliberate action. And these are the thoughts that I have. First, we must strengthen access to justice for women. Justice must not depend on wealth, influence, or geography. A woman in my rural village in Chigara B, Kamwez sub-county, should be able to access legal protection just as easily as someone in Kampala. Legal aid services must be strengthened, and justice institutions must remain as independent as they can be. They should be fair and accessible to all. Friends, there are people in my village who have never even known that legal aid exists. So let's try and reach out to those that are vulnerable and they lack information. We need your support, but the information is not reaching unto us. It's absurd that, when these other social medias are probably addressing the nation, they use TVs. I have people in the Ruchiga who have no access to the TV. They do not know how to read, and probably something must be done for that category of people to bring them on board. Yes, the legal aid services are there, but they are accessed by those who have information about them. Let's make a step and move towards those that have not heard even about it. Secondly, we must protect women who choose to lead. Where the leadership is a calling, in most cases, women who step into public are often intimidated. There is some character attack. And in most cases, our male counterparts rarely do they face the same. So if we truly believe in gender equality, we must create an environment where women can lead without fear. So it must be purposeful that we reach out to women and encourage them to lead. And when they offer themselves for leadership, then don't treat them the way we are treated. Third, we must empower women economically. A member here said when people contest, they take loans. That speaks much about the monetization of the politics in this country. It's not about the money that leads. It's about the ideas that you're presenting. So economic empowerment is connected to justice. When a woman has financial independence, she's more able to resist abuse, she's able to defend her rights, and she's able to invest in her children's future. I salute Mama, who was economically empowered, and she was able to invest in the girl child, from whose fruits we are beneficiaries. Thank you, Mama. So let us all, with the little resources that we have, let us deliberately try to empower financially women. If you're buying those yellows from a roadside seller, don't over-bargain. Just give that woman money. She needs it for fees for her children. So let's be deliberate to support those women. They go through a lot. First, we must protect the rights and dignity of the girl child. The girl who sits in a classroom today is the judge, the advocate, the legislator, and the leader of tomorrow. If we fail to protect her rights today, we compromise the future of our nation. So, as we plan to protect this girl, we can once in a while give sanitary pads so that this girl stays in school. There are those who do not go to school simply because that period of the month has come. As mothers, as women, let's be at the forefront to protect the rights and dignity of this girl child. Ladies and gentlemen, my own experiences in public life have reminded me that the rule of law is not something we can take for granted. Justice must be protected every day. When I left, we brand it the basement. When I left the safe house, I traveled with this armed person who was calling someone. And when we reached, his explanation was, I'm the one who has been calling you, and this is the person we are bringing to you. I looked at the gentleman. Obviously, I think he had to honor the orders from above. But deep down, as we talked, so he's like, so where have you been? I'm like, I don't know. So, but you know, surprisingly, he also accepted, and he was going to take me to the magistrate. They made phone calls. You know me, I was taken as a VVIP. They had Tarehe Sita in Kavale, and I think I was one of the escorts, because that's the very day that I landed in Kavale CPS. So they called the magistrate, and unfortunately they had blocked the roads because Museveni was passing with his convoy. So I think the response they were giving to this gentleman is that, hey, we have to wait because the roads are blocked, so you can't access court. I reached court direct from the basement. And you know, I looked at this gentleman. I was alone in that court, and he asked me boldly whether I had sureties. Now, where would I have gotten surety? I didn't have my phone. I had disappeared. And you know, I looked at him, and God forgive me, I think I was very judgmental. I wondered, do you people serve God? You know God. You know that he exists. Are we at one time think that there is eternity to inherit? Do we believe there is heaven? Ooh, well, I didn't have sureties anyway, and I was remanded to Ndorwa prison. I had a chance to look at those sheets. You know me, I'm very late, so now that I'm interacting with the land friends. Hey, and I was eager. I thought that if I peep, I would have been able probably to see the name of the complainant. Hey, and boom, I saw Uganda versus Tukamushava. I said, hey, I didn't know that I'm too big, that Uganda can be at tentacles just because I'm campaigning. Well, anyway, up to today, I haven't known who the complainant is, but at least I know my community knows me as a peace-loving person. So, well, that was it. But, you know, the magistrate remanded me. Then, finally, they kept reading their things. And I think in my heart, I got annoyed with the state. He's called the state attorney. You know, we shorten it in Ruchiga and say state. So me, I heard them saying state. And you know, the state was giving now info that I shouldn't be given bail because I was going, I think, to interfere with the process. To me, I said, Jackie, why do people choose to treat you unfairly? Now, which evidence was I going to interfere with, seriously? In the whole Uganda, in Ruchiga, in Kigezi? Well, I didn't get it. But anyway, the legal fraternity represented here today, it carries a profound responsibility. I would appeal to you. I don't know much about your profession. But that lawyers should not only be interpreters of the law, let them be guardians of justice. But sometimes, use your conscience. You are the voice for those who cannot afford representation. You're the shield for those whose rights are threatened. When the law stands firm, democracy stands firm. When justice is accessible, society becomes stronger. But when justice becomes selective, women and vulnerable communities are often the first to suffer. This is why the conversation of women empowerment must also be a conversation about justice, accountability, and fairness. Friends, let us therefore commit ourselves to building a new Uganda where every woman can speak without fear, every girl can pursue education and opportunity, every citizen can access justice without discrimination, and where leadership is defined not by gender but by service. Finally, I want to thank everyone who stood with me at the trying moment. I am a Catholic, and I somehow thought when you're in prison, it's equated to purgatory. They tell us that when you're in purgatory, you cannot pray for yourself. Equally, when you're in prison, you depend on people outside. I thank everyone that supported my family while I was away. I thank my daughter for being that bold and standing out to seek support. Yeah, that's because I have invested in her future. I invested in her education. I'm a proud mother who invested in the education of a girl child. But above all, I call up to women everywhere. When a lady is in pain, let us bear it together as women. Once again, a happy belated Women's Day to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honestly, that was been a very, very deep story. For the remarks that you have left us with, that are very touching. You have spoken your heart out. We can only pity the experience that you went through, the detention. That story is very appalling. And of course, the recommendations that you have left us with in as far as the desire to see that justice must be seen to be done, and the call to the lawyers that, of course, are supposed to be the guardians of justice and not just necessarily drive around in their pompous vehicles and, look very beautiful. The onus is on the lawyers who have been trained to ensure that access to justice is ensured and met. The aspect and the call you've made to the police to, of course, and the security organs to investigate their stories before they disappear members of the public, especially, of course, discriminatory in regard to being in the opposition and having a different voice from what the general leadership is expecting. Of course, you've also spoken about the men's conference that was supposed to ensure that that bogoya on the streets is actually bought without negotiating. The men's conference has taken note. We are going to have another meeting and make sure that the bogoya is bought. So men, thank you so much. I think you have received the message. We are going to ensure that that bogoya is bought without negotiating on the streets, so that you empower a lady out there who is most likely paying school fees, who's most likely taking a child to hospital, and especially is also empowering the girl child. We also take note that you went through so much, and you're grateful to those that supported you in all different aspects, regardless of those that went to visit you, those that supported your family, and that is supposed to be something very emotional, and that is supposed to be also something to encourage others that it is possible when you're not necessarily speaking the same voice with other people that don't appreciate what you're saying. We want to thank you so much. You've driven yourself over this way to grace our invitation and shared your story with as many people as are online, of course, because this is a hybrid function. Please be notified that your message has gone out to the world. Dr. Stella Nyanzi is already there listening out unto you and all the other individuals that we spoke about earlier on. And may you kindly take our regards to the constituents of Chigara B, Kamwezi Sub-County. Thank you so much. We give shout-outs unto you, especially the ladies that are coming from there. Happy belated Women's Day, and to all those that are in the house, I'll continue wishing you a happy belated Women's Day. Thank you so much once again, Honorable. May God be with you. Yeah, we're not going to run so far away from that experience. We're going to request Dr. Zedriga to share a very, very summary recount of her experience, because of course she has already been on the podium, and her message was received, but we cannot run away from the experience. It was quite different. Earlier on, she was sharing or accepting the award. So we're going to request her to give us an experience of what she went through and see how she can coin that with what it means for the commemoration of the International Women's Day, but also send a message to the women out there. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon and congratulations. I applaud each one of you who has decided to sacrifice, who has decided to fast in order to be here in solidarity. I want to say thank you very much. I also want to thank my lead lawyer. She's here, Beatrice. She came all the way from Gulu. She's a member of the Uganda Law Society. So I'm going to be very, very brief. I am going to be very, very brief. I hope. Women in the front lines, enforced disappearances, political prisoners, and the fight for freedom in Uganda. And in the wake of that theme for this year's celebration, Giving to Gain, we say that when women share ideas, their ideas, we know that that is when real lasting change begins, because it's about commitment. We didn't have to pay her. She traveled from Gulu, got harassed at Luzira. Her own experience is also traumatizing. Traumatizing. She's not a politician, active politician like me. Everybody went through trauma. But why are they still resilient? My PA traveled everywhere, including Kasenyi. Enforced disappearances. The fight for freedom is not only about us. You, the friends, the families have the burden of that fight. For us who were in, I don't know where, because from the time we were arrested, your face is covered in a hood, very scary. And you have somebody sitting on your hand and, and then they change you to another car, you're still there, then somebody you don't know is abusing you, is telling you how you have killed people. And they abducted me when I was going to the bathroom. You are half naked. Yes, you're half naked. Yeah, and all that. And you have nothing on my legs. The timing was, I don't know why they do it. Kaija, they did that. Dr. Sarah, they did that. Me, they also did that. So I barely put on a dress. I had already removed the panties. Yeah, I was going to the bathroom. So I'm saying these are my neighbors, let them come in, and then they wait, and I finished to bathe. Then, it was coming towards 7, and it's the time for Holy Rosary. Then they said, no, we are actually not your neighbors, and we are not even your visitors. You are coming with us. Just like that. The dress you saw straight is a night dress. Thank God it was a cotton night dress that I had, barely put on. The strife, the fight for freedom. You are abducted in the most in human way. And you're a lawyer, you're a mother, you're a grandmother. Naked. People sit here and then up the road, because where the road ends is where I saw at the petrol station the escort car with military and they had really meticulously monitored us that day. And so I was changed to another car, but before that, I don't even know why. Somebody comes and says, you have killed people, and you know, we've been monitoring you, we can analyze you, and so on. Me, I am St. Michael, the archangel, defend us in the day of battle. That prayer is real. So, after they changed to another vehicle, they said, oh, we are taking you to Jinja. Oh, we are taking you back. Before I knew it, when they removed the hood on my face, she was there seated on her king mattress. When we saw each other, it was like we were high school students who had missed this class. Well, and I think I'm the trouble causer always. Yeah? You agree? I was restless. And in that process, it also ended us in a problem. And we were supposed to, the fight for freedom. When we were in Conquerado, the families didn't know what was happening. For some reason, I was supposed to be put on water. I drink a lot of water, so I wasn't given water. And when I shared with the doctor, because the doctor's role is to make sure I am alive, we are alive, yeah? And I said, you know, I needed to drink water, and so this person who was taking care of us was very annoyed. As soon as the doctor left, they came in and dressed with their, camouflage and hit the wall. That was already in tears. Jolly was already in tears. Me, I was with Mother Mary. And the fight for freedom. We were punished. We were given to drink hot water in the morning for breakfast. Then that afternoon we were made to drink 3 liters of water. 3 liters. And the weather was like this. When you drink water, do you have to drink 3 liters at a go? No, and must you drink it with people hitting the wall and, with the jerrycan, they are kicking the jerrycan and bringing jerrycan. So, for some reason, I had to remain focused. I drank that 3 liters of water. And boiled. You understand the fight for freedom. And of course, we would reflect a lot. We didn't know whether my house was closed or not and stuff. I worried. We would worry. But faith helps. Faith helps when you pray. And of course, the day we were picked, it was a Thursday, 4th of February. I had just started the novena of a Mary and Dew of Notes. And I went to a corner and I decided to have my own adoration. I said, Jesus, you are here present. You have demystified the walls, and please, today we are going to live. Indeed, lo and behold, we were picked. I was picked at 6 something, it's coming to 7. And I wanted to drink some water. Okay? Of course, now, what were we fed on? You want to know? Beans, posho, beans not fried. And morning was porridge. I love porridge, by the way. I love porridge. But of course, the circumstances. And then the lack of sunshine, and the lack of exercise. So, and then the lack of communication. She would be interrogated, but me, I wasn't interrogated at all. I don't know why I wasn't interviewed. You were interviewed and then you came back. All you wanted was communication. The quest is how you are kept away from communication. How you are kept away from the world. Do not take your freedom for granted, the fragility of freedom. For all those days, from 15th of January to 4th of February, we were kept in one room. 3 of us, mattress down, and the UPDF bed sheets and stuff. While our colleagues, our families, our friends would go to court and apply for habeas corpus, and they would say they don't have us. So, what is the lesson for us? This is to scare us. This is to make us look the bad. In my view, you are the problem. Shifting the guilt. But it's not participation in politics about who is right, who is guilty, who is not. It's for us to deliver on the mandate, I thought, of Article 29, among others, freedom of association, and all those ran in mind. Then as a judicial officer, as a lawyer, I was like, okay, sincerely, this was not an arrest, this was an abduction. What will I do? And what do we need to do? At that time, the only thing that makes sense is prayers. She was like, she had a lot of sleep because she had been running all over her constituency. In fact, I was annoyed with her that she was sleeping and I was not sleeping. On a lighter note. But of course, we bonded so much, and with our third person, whom we believe is still, I think, there, we found her there. She had been abducted on the 8th, a young woman, a businesswoman, abducted on in October. She had spent there already 100 days, isn't it? And she kept telling me I was talking too much, I would fail and I would be there. Then I told her, I'm talking too much, I will actually leave you here. You see, at one point I even told her I'm going to start kicking the door, you know. So, for us, what are the lessons we're going to take? Because it's not about my experience. Well, one, take your prayers very seriously. Take your prayers and your faith absolutely very seriously. 2, give time to your families. A lot of your time, give to your families. Those were the times I regretted when I would have to play with my grandchildren and give time to your families. Amend. If you have any strained relationship with your families. 3, delegate. I delegated. Everything I did was to delegate. As a women, we must learn to delegate. 4, belong to many organizations. Your social capital is very critical. Many women came through FIDA Uganda. Individual women like Mercy, you know, came together. I'm about to finish. You want to lead? Yeah. Have your groups that you trust. Have people that you trust. Delegate. Even when it comes to finances, delegate. It's very important. And then, of course, your social capital includes those in your places of worship. People prayed. People prayed and exposed the Holy Eucharist. Gulu, the Watoto Church. People prayed. Touch people's souls, not their pockets. Touch their souls, touch their hearts. Strive to touch people's hearts. Because if you don't touch people's... Dr. Stella Nyanzi's testimony, I'm so humbled. Because I did that as a mother. She was already there and they had denied her children to travel alone. Today, me had already forgotten. But today, indeed, Angelo, Maya, she is right when she said, people will forget how you dressed. People will forget how you spoke. People will forget how you laughed. People will never forget how you made them feel. Let us continue to make that, to ensure that we touch people. In fact, if each one of you was supposed to tell me something, I would be surprised. But of course, as human beings, we hurt people. There was also some side of me where I was hiding to my family, and they painfully discovered it when I was not there. You understand? So we accept our humanness, but we must build our social capital. And when the chieftaincy of the Lubarakari, the chiefdom, came up, I remember there's a lady called Tiko, and then I also remembered there is one of our lawyers, Mercy. We also had some engagements with them earlier. So engage with the people, sacrifice, and sacrifice. That is very important. As I end, there is now the UN rallying women and girls, and also the advocacy for us to demand equal rights and equal justice to enforce and exercise and enjoy those rights, but as political women in politics. How do we actually ensure strengthening access to justice for us? What could have been done really to prevent? Because for us, she ran to a hotel, me, I stayed home. We were all abducted. What can we do smarter and safer? It's a question to all of us. What can we do in the current situation? Because we are dumped with those trumped-up charges with a warning. If you speak out, we know where you stay, we shall pick you. Yes, if you speak out, we know where you stay, we track you. Now your phones are no longer safe. They are not. They are tracking them. At one time I was like, maybe these people who reported. No, they tracked us through the phones. And we need to go in solidarity also with Dr. Zahara, her husband. She's a member, she's a lawyer. That solidarity helps to make you stronger. It's a soldier to lean on. There's something to anchor. And what is it also that we can do together with the Radical New Bar to make our presence under the circumstances relevant? Because we're all targets. We are all targets. What are some of the safety measures we can take? We need to think outside the box and without the box. Today is for women, and it is a belated Women's Day commemoration. I'm very humbled to be engaging with you people, to have been, awarded. And the theme is give to gain. It's timely. Give to gain. Social giving. Giving is not only about money. It's about yourself. It's about Beatrice spending herself. All of you coming. My PA risking it all. What really inspired you to do that? There is something. What inspired you? And then even now this award. I'm not very active. I used to be very active, a member of the Uganda Law Society. But I transited, retreated, or whatever it is, to active politics. How can we be more active and safely so? So my question to all of us, as we commemorate giving to gain, as we reflect, is about, is each one of us the next target? How do we make that to fail? That is very important. Because I know when we were called, I almost didn't come. And each time now I'm out of the house, the family thinks I'm up to some trick, and they are on tender hooks. In fact, they're about that fright. How do we make it possible that they do not have to be so frightened? She doesn't have to be so frightened. Her own neighbor cut off his mango tree because the soldiers were sleeping up in the mango to watch whether she's coming back when she had been abducted. My own home, they are still. So, we don't know at what point we are going to be regaining our freedom fully. And of course, the court case, we don't know, but there is need now for all of us to think through so that we're not ambushed with another, another scenario. And what can I say? Let's enjoy the moment as we're still alive. Let's enjoy the moment. Dress up, show up, celebrate, pray, eat, because you don't know when you are next going to be drinking hot water for breakfast. I thank you all, and happy Women's Day.
Enjoying every moment as it is. Thank you so much. Always smiling like never before, and very, very unequivocal in her message as she gets back to her seat. We would like to thank her for the message shared. The experience has been quite appalling, of course, only she's smiling. It's the Lubera culture, always smiling. And she was assisted also by our own legal aid project council, who is in the building as well. Thank you so much for rendering the service. And as well, we take very much the message that she has sent us, especially the lessons which are for take home, the aspect of the belief in the Lord, because you don't only have to rely on the Lord when you are having fun and enjoying yourself. Even in the hard times especially is when he comes through. And of course, giving time to your families. Those are motherly pieces of advice. As you know, east or west, home is best, and it will only be your family that will most likely come around to be at your presence. But as well, family can easily be defined beyond kindred and biological relationship. As she has said, belonging to as many associations as possible, that can actually be translated into your family. You know that. You can have people from church visiting you more than your own siblings, which should not surprise you, because it also means that you went beyond family, as it is said, to make family outside. And that, of course, also means that she has been able to delegate in the time that she was away from her own people and her own life, normal life. Life was moving on. So that also means that she has been able to delegate and also mentor so many other individuals regardless. But of course, very importantly, the ladies. The message is going out because the women do really a lot of work home and away. So there is not going to be a difference between you being a wife but also being a deputy president of the National Unity Platform, and yet you have to come back and, cook for your husband and attend to homely matters. So that aspect of delegation, I remember my mother used to charge me with taking my siblings back home at the lunchtime of 1 hour. She's a teacher from, she used to be a teacher from Kiswa Primary School, and eventually Makshan Bay. She comes from Maracha, so she's a sister of yours as well. So the message has been received very clearly. Thank you so much. We want to give shout outs to the sister organizations, FIDA Uganda, of course, which is also headed by a lady, Lilian Adrico, who I, of course, also belongs to the Lubera culture. She comes from, she's a sister of ours. She's a sister-in-law of mine, particularly. Shout out to you, and also all the other sister organizations that have stood with the ladies under persecution. We can't take it for granted that we have ladies of that nature who brave the storm and make sure they stand with their very own. Of course, the inhuman and degrading treatment that she went through, we don't want to speak so much into, but of course, we just pray and call on to the security organs to put a little bit of humanity as they enforce and carry out their mandate. Remember, these are your sisters, brothers, and uncles and aunties. So regardless of your mandate, as you are following instructions, add some little bit of spice to it. Hold these people with care. You're holding an old lady who is able to be your mother, who has children at home and is in position to take care of you once given the opportunity. And the tables turn. Today is me, tomorrow is you. So the security organs are only requested to put a little bit of humanity to what they are doing while executing their mandate. Thank you so much, Doctor. We've had a good experience with you, as well as Miss Jolie Jacqueline Tukamshava. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. This is a message going out to the women out there, the ladies, and those that are in the same trajectory of fighting for others and fighting for access to justice. You leave an indelible mark in their struggle and reassuring them that all will be well. You've not forgotten to allow us to enjoy life as we continue. You never know when will be your last meal. So let's enjoy life. Let's not take it so serious. There is always time for everything. Our last and final session is going to be one that is going to experience ladies that have seen it through the struggle and have given back to society. And it is going to be interlinked directly to the theme of the International Women's Day, especially in regard to giving and gaining. These are going to be experiences that are speaking specifically to the women out there and the young ladies who have braved a lot of struggle without necessarily being successful and about to give up. We want to let you know that it is possible as long as you put in the effort, the resilience, the sacrifice, and the continued hustle, as they call it. And of course, we want to take the opportunity to have the presence of individuals who have been with us ever since we began, which we cannot take for granted, and that is the sacrifice that we are talking about, giving up their schedule to come to be with us from the beginning of the day until the time that we are presenting them to the public to be listened to, but also to share their personal experiences. And we are going to request the technological guys to air some website that is going to speak towards particularly what is coming on. Would like to request that they play that. But as we are in that time, we are going to listen in from an advocate of the High Court of Uganda, a certified mediator, arbitrator, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Muslim Arbitration and Mediation Center, Uganda. It is abbreviated as MAMQ. She is a passionate voice for alternative dispute resolution that has just been spoken about here right now, and we have a person to put more word into the ADR, and a firm believer that justice should be accessible, humane, and centered on people, not processes. She's not very interested in titles, as you will get to realize. Hers is the processes, rather the humanity in what is being done. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the LDC, a postgraduate diploma in public administration and management from the UMI, and a Master's of Laws in oil and gas from UCU. She recently obtained a certificate in foreign policy executive program from the American Center, Kampala. She is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Makayab. She serves on the advisory board of the Africa ADR Network and also on the advisory board of Scholar Up Mentoring Academy, a platform dedicated to shaping minds, mentoring purpose, and lighting paths for the next generation of African leaders. As the chief editor of the Legal Fort newsletter, she uses storytelling and insight to simplify complex legal ideas, spotlight emerging ADR trends, and encourage young lawyers to find their voices in writing and thought leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, the next story is coming from Advocate Zubeda Namugenyi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll stand on the protocol as observed. And I don't know how you speak after these very powerful ladies. I'll do my best. And mine is basically to tell my story here and to encourage young ladies to find your voice and find your niche so that you can impact your society in ways that matter in how you experience the world. I became a lawyer, but I didn't want to be a lawyer. My first choice was to be a secretary. When I was very young, my mother was a secretary, and she had a rolling chair and many phones on her table. So that was so cool. It's like having a car in your office. So I told her, I want to be, when I grow up, I want to be a secretary. And I remember her telling me, no, I don't want, I'm taking care of you, I'm giving you the best education so that you don't become like me. I want you to become like, so she pointed at her boss, I want you to become like that man. And so the men in that space were journalists. She worked at Radio Uganda. So I grew up around people like Bale Francis. The Gen Zs don't know Bale Francis. Well, he was a news anchor and he spoke very, very beautiful English. There were people like Esezo Muto. In fact, at some point I worked on radio when I was in P4 because I was around, and when they needed a child to do a child's scene, I was just called upon. Anyway, eventually, my path was set. I am thinking I'm going to be a journalist, and when it was time to fill the papers for what courses you're going to do at university, I was denied my option of journalism and I was forced to do law. So I ended up in law school, not because I cared for it, but because for some reason everyone thought I could do law. I did that. I didn't enjoy law school at all. It was something I did because my mother paid school fees, and we the millennials, you didn't really have so many options of challenging your parents. Yeah, so the beauty about my transition was that when I graduated, I ended up at Supreme Court. There was an opening, they wanted research officers, and I ended up there. Now, that is when I actually got to experience justice, what it means to offer justice as a service. I worked with a gentleman called Justice Tumwesije, and he invested a lot. He taught me how to think. I keep on telling people I was taught how to think, and they're like, so you didn't know how to think? When you work with people at a certain level, you need to be thinking at a certain level. So imagine a fresh graduate ending up at Supreme Court, and you're supposed to be discussing with this gentleman who thinks at that level. So I was taught how to think, I was taught how to write, I was taught how to empathize, I was taught everything that made a lawyer transition to justice. And that was before I went to LDC. So by the time I went to LDC, I kind of like had a feel of justice because he made me now fall in love with something that I had been forced to do. Many of us as young professionals, we end up in spaces because that is the job that is available. And some of us get lost in that space. But I am glad that when I was learning, I'm sure I was bad, because I don't think at that point I was doing any work for him. I was learning. But he kept telling me, you're great, you're a good writer, you're great, you can do this. I love the way you think. Yes, I'm going to polish you here and there, but I love the way you think. And that communication of how great I was at that time still echoes to this day. I know I am great. Am I great at everything? No. But I was told I was great by someone who was great, and so I carry that everywhere, and that is how I want to impact the world. When he was leaving, I was now excited about private practice because really the money wasn't good. It was very little money. But when he was leaving, he told me, don't leave, do your master's, and then you can be able to, you'll be able to beat the competition. So he handed me over to another judge, Justice Chibita, who I worked with until 2022. And he also helped my journey because he's he's kind of like the opposite. He's very humble and he's very people-loving. I am an introvert personally, but he will meet people even when you go to a restaurant. He greets the waiters by name. He's making sure he's reading, like all those things that we are not taught as professionals. The small things that matter in how you relate with the lowest people. He taught me those things. He pushed me to do many things. I think one of the first conferences I went to, he paid for it. And I told him, I don't like, every time I go to conferences, I just sit by myself. I don't care to meet more people. I think I have enough friends. He told me, you go. And it was a women's conference. I went and I didn't meet anyone. I sat by myself. I saw very many successful women seated in front and talking about judges, talking about their success. And I'm like, okay, will my boss say I didn't go? I went. So I lost an opportunity. I was in a room. I don't know who I was in the room with. I don't know what sort of opportunity they were carrying. But I came, sat, and went back. So when I went back, he asked, who did you meet? I don't know. Everyone was minding their own business. People had their friends. Me, I went alone. So he was like, no, you need opportunities move through people. You need to talk to people. Of course, I didn't learn that message then. Then also, one of the things that he taught me was, you know, as a young professional, there are places that you cannot afford. He makes sure, he takes you to like, okay, those bosses, I call them my forever bosses, because even today they speak into my life. Actually, when they tell me, do not do this, especially Justice Tumwesigye, for him it's like an order. Do not do this. And it is like, almost every time I defy that, something bad happens. So when he says don't do it, I know. It has been set, it is law, and I follow. So they've also invested in terms of, I'm going to take you to a restaurant. I'm going to take you to a room where you're the smallest person. So when you enter, you're looking at these powerful people and you're like, what am I supposed to do? But basically they are putting in places so that you find your own voice, know that you are enough in your own capacity, but also learn to think at a level where you're respected by people who are even bigger than you. And that has really been quite important for my life. Okay, so when I was working for the judiciary, we were working on contracts. So every year you would renew your contract because the research thing had not been placed in the structure. Then what happened was when they created the structure, they told us, you have to become a grade 1 magistrate. Now, grade 1, I'm hoping most of you are lawyers here. Grade 1 is the very first level for a judicial officer in the judiciary. Okay, there is grade 2, but for someone who has LDC, a law degree and LDC, it's the first level. Now, I had been working on cases, the biggest cases end up at Supreme Court. Cases of 102 billion. Cases of, and you've worked on cases, you've worked on over 100 cases over the course of your time. And in my head, I'm like, okay, this is the only opportunity for me to make money. You're trying to hold on to the constant supply of, you have a salary. Because even when a job is bad, we tend to feel like, at least I know at the end of the month, I'm expecting some money. And my boss now, the first boss, told me, you're not doing it. Don't do it. My other boss was like, you do it, like make a decision. Now I was at crossroads. Anyway, eventually, I had to go into private practice. But when you've been working in a structured situation, it kind of like keeps you safe in a way. It's comfortable. It's discomfortable comfort. Because most of us are in spaces, but you're murmuring. Those people are not giving us money, we work too hard and stuff like that. When they tell you leave, no, I don't want to leave. So really, it's a big struggle for many professionals. And I remember also my mom was telling me, because for her the world she knows is you go, work for government, and you retire. So what are you doing getting out of government? What other employer is better than government? Then what are you doing saying you're going to set up something of your own? Onomuraru. You need to be in a space where we can at least know that you have money to take care of your own responsibilities. That didn't happen. I made a big decision and I went into private practice. And now the decision was, because when I was transitioning, I had all these big things that I have been doing, but I was working, remember, behind judges. And when you're working behind judges, you literally have no work. You know what I mean? You have done a lot of work, but the work never carries your name. So you're saying, I've done this case, even this one. Where is the proof? Nothing. So I was the invisible expert. You know how you feel like I am very good. And indeed you're good. And even the people that you're working with know how good you are. And I remember when I was struggling, Justice Chibita told me, you know, Zubeda, you're so good, but the world doesn't know. And it was frustrating for me because what are your options? You're supposed to start like you are an entry professional. But you have all this work behind you. So I was stuck, and many professionals get stuck there. So what I did was I write a lot. So my sister, who had been, for her opportunities, at that point she had got a job in London to work with the IFRS Foundation. She's an accountant. She told me, you know, that thing that Justice Chibita told you, that you are good, but the world doesn't know, can change if you care to change it. And I'm like, how? And she told me, you need to tell the world how good you are. Because people don't move with MRI, you know, when you go for scans. So I am seated here. When I was seated there, what did you know about me? Nothing. You're seated there. I don't know what you carry. I don't know what you're good at. I don't know if you're a good mediator. I don't know if you're a good public speaker. Until you speak and someone sees you doing the thing that you're saying you're good at, you'll never get the opportunities that you're craving for. So I decided she told me you should write about the things that I was now telling her, because you're always having conversations with people. At that point, I had discovered alternative dispute resolution, because I had worked at the Supreme Court, and you see the frustration of the justice system. It takes 18 years, at least average, 18 years for a case to go from High Court to Supreme Court. And even then, litigants come out with dissatisfaction. So you're like, I spent 18 years to get a decision that I am not satisfied with. Why? The cost of it, the sort of breakage in relationships, all those are things that you experience, because you would think after the Supreme Court has decided it is the highest court of the land, you should be comfortable with your win. It doesn't happen. And sometimes even the person who has won doesn't feel like they've won. And you're like, the loser feels like a loser. And then you, the winner, also feel like you could have gotten more. So how then do we resolve this? I experienced arbitration in a class for my LLM, oil and gas, because of course in those big industries, they don't use court. And I was like, I think this is something that would actually help our domestic litigation structure. So my sister told me, just write about the things that you're talking about, the change that you want to see, the developments that you are talking about with your bosses in private. So I went on LinkedIn and I started writing about small things I was learning. At that point, I didn't even know too much about ADR because, you know, I had been in litigation and now I was transitioning. I just kept writing about the different things that came to my mind. Okay, I've learned today and I think for me, this is my angle. We would do this, we would apply it. So I was just combining both worlds and I realized it picked traction. People were like, okay, there's this girl who talks about alternative dispute resolution. Our ADR industry is young now, but it was much younger when I started writing about it in 2023. But I kept on, I at least learned, because it was now proof of concept, that initially, during my mother's time, you just needed to go to your office and work hard, and then your boss would see that you're working very hard and decide whether you deserve a promotion or not. Now, you need to do more. First of all, we have the biggest opportunity there is. We are borderless. So if today I wanted to speak, for instance, I am a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I have direct contact with the president, global, of CIAB Global. That is the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Global. Why? Because I can DM him and tell him this is how I see arbitration and ADR, and he could respond to me instantly. So I don't need to know someone in the industry to take me there. And that is an opportunity that we are not tapping into. Then also, people are, even the domestic people, they want to see a lawyer who is doing things. I see people selling fish. They are selling their clothes. All of us are buying things online, but we don't think we should be online. That is a mindset, of course, that comes with our profession, but it is limiting us. It is taking away opportunities, because the number of opportunities I have got from LinkedIn, just people knowing what you're doing, are endless. And here I want to, I always ask people when we are talking about building reputation, when you Google yourself, what do you see? Because if you Googled Madam, Madam here, you would see the work she's doing. So if I'm going to make a decision whether I want to work with her or not, by the time I contact her, I have made the decision whether I want to work with her or not. Because you're going to see a lot of work. The affiliations, what organizations is she affiliated to? All that is going to be there. So the online space is like your CV on steroids. Sometimes actually people come and pitch to you things that you've never even imagined. And Madam CEO told me to come here for, I was invited to speak at on the Women in Tech panel. And I remember when they called me, I laughed. I said, me, in tech where? Because I am not a builder of tech apps. I am just a user of tech apps. But when someone was asked to put up a list of people who know tech, I ended up there. And I obliged, I went there. So I asked, but first tell me, is it that you have failed to get women who know tech? Where am I there? Because if there's it's an opportunity that someone else can take up. Because if this was ADR, ADR is my space. Any day, wake me up, I will do it. Tech, I don't want to go and make a fool out of myself. And she said, you are leveraging tech to actually push your causes. And the question then goes, how much are you leveraging tech? Most of us are consuming a lot of content. We are creating none. And the question is always, if you were to look at your own presence, would you give yourself the job that you want someone else to give you? If the answer, because you need to sit and be honest with yourself, would you give yourself the opportunities that you're craving for based on what the sort of work you're doing? If the answer is no, then your work has already been set out for you. Would like to rush through this. Writing, I love writing. I've used writing to push that. I have built, it is your responsibility to market your work. And I say this again and again, lawyers, it's your responsibility to tell people what you're doing. Find something, and this goes back to the cause. When we are pushing for opportunities, we like opportunities that cater to us. What are you giving the world? Because when you find a purpose that is bigger than you, you are going to have more people interested in you. And it is in line with the theme, give to gain. The more you give, the more you gain. I am very close to the Uganda Law Society. We've done legal writing, we've done legalpreneurship. These are projects that we're doing. Then I run a newsletter called Legal Forte, and it is a platform that is supposed to help lawyers share their stories, both legal and non-legal, because we think the only way we can write as lawyers is if we're writing submissions, if you're writing an academic paper, but how you experience the justice system is how, what is going to propel your career forward. Some of the opportunities that I've got, I've been invited in rooms, that was the annual judges conference, shaping policy on ADR. That is the Gumzo La ADR, which is happening now. I was speaking on Monday. That is the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators conference, where I spoke on the panel of women leading in ADR. And this is also something that we held recently with Joy. And we were surprised that the president hopped on the call, and he encouraged lawyers to do more in terms of telling the world what you're good at, creating content for your space, and basically tapping into opportunities that are out there. Now, when I told you about having direct contact with those people that you think are very far away, this is the chairman, CIAB Global, and we interacted when he came to Uganda, and because I had written something on LinkedIn, he responded to it. What does that mean? If I needed to do a project with CIAB, it would be very easy because I have made myself known and made my niche known, so that the next time I show up, I don't have to introduce myself to Kulanya and tell people everything you're doing, because your work can be traceable. So do your work, be valuable, not available. Some of us are there to be sent, to be valuable. Tap into yourself. Ask yourself, what can I do better than anyone else? And multiply that. Decide who you want to be. All of us go through law school, and you all have degrees, but we all come out like, if you sit down, you will realize what you're good at. I am good at ADR. That's what I love. I love writing. And those are the things I'm pushing. You will not find me advocating for criminal justice, because there are people who are better than me at that. Leverage your unfair advantage. Now here, it's amazing. I worked with judges, and so that became normal to me, for you to have a conversation, to call him and tell him, I need to see you today because I need to bounce ideas off you. When I went to the world, I realized that I know more judges than the average lawyer does. And people were calling me and telling me, we are trying to get this judge for our event, please find him. And I'm like, I don't even know him. No, you know him, you know judges. So in a way, it is very easy for us to look at the things that we have. Some of us are good writers. Some of us know people who were our first bosses. We are not leveraging that. Let's do that and get more out of the relationships that we build. Communicate more, write better, public speaking, that is a must. Leverage technology, but most importantly, you need to be a good person. And this I have been taught, like the most successful people, you'll be amazed, are very good people. They are humble, they are empathetic, they are easy to talk to, and those are the skills that we need to up. Now, my last would be for you to get something that you're good at. Make sure you're insanely good at it. I am invited to rooms where people don't like me, but because they don't have a choice, when they are looking for someone who can sit on that table, you're good. So don't keep on expecting that because I have a contact at ULS, when an opportunity shows up, I will go and use a lobby behind curtains. Be that good so that people call you, even when they don't want to look at you, they have to sit with you at a table. This is a program that I'm running for lawyers to introspect, write better, understand their unique value proposition, and basically multiply who they are. It's on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn is a platform that has over 1 billion professionals. It has all the CEOs, it has all the world leaders, so you need to be on LinkedIn. That's where the opportunities are. I would like to close this by encouraging women. We like hiding under, I keep on being asked why I don't carry my husband's name. Am I proud of? Yes. Actually, some people from out of Uganda thought Namugenyi is my husband's name. We like hiding behind things, titles. I am Mrs. So-and-so, and because I'm Mrs. So-and-so, I have achieved so much. You can be a mother, you can be a wife, you can be a daughter, you can be a sister, you can be a friend, and you can be the best professional there is out there. So find your voice because it matters. I would like to thank the Uganda Law Society for the great partnership and for this beautiful opportunity. And the women who spoke before me, they have powerful stories, and I continue to be inspired by them. And to the woman out there, go get your voice. The world needs it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zubeda. You have killed it, as we say. Thank you so much for your story. Your story is exactly that we had anticipated would reach out to the lady out there to show how you started from the grassroots, as you might say, from the rolling chair experience, that syndrome, which should have caught you to become a secretary. But for you to come out as a lawyer was very meaningful to show that you already had a choice and you made the right one. Bali Francis and Esezo Muto, some of us were there. We shall not speak how old we are. But I mean, the experience you've had with these forever bosses, by the time down the road you're still speaking so highly about them means they did so much in your life. Just for us to know, Justice Chibita is a very ardent leader at the Bible Society Uganda, to which I ascribe. So I understand what you mean by him being a people person and very humble. And yes, Legal Fort, I think the newsletter is something that some of us can take to heart, to interact with you further, because for those that are writers, there is opportunity for you to write, and you need to also be trained how to write better. So yes, we appreciate that. We thank God for the two bosses you had who brought so much of you to where we are, because they gave and we are gaining. So we are gaining from them giving, and it's the theme that we are using today. And for you to give so much to the society because you're not a new person to us. And for us, it's very humbling that whenever we call to try to coin our story with yours in order to reach out to the members, we are always receptive. You are receptive. So thank you so much, and thank you. And to the ladies, these are the stories we're talking about. To the young women, to the ladies who are out there trying to make it out, these are the stories we're talking about, and they're brought to you courtesy of the Uganda Law Society. And we are not going to stop at that. We are going to listen to our last but not least story in that regard, for somebody who has given so much as well, more than can be realized except through hearing out her story. And she is a communications and legal professional and the team lead of the African Institute for Law and Media Studies, AILMS. She also sits at the intersection of law, media, and public engagement. She leads initiatives that promote responsible communication on justice issues, advancing women empowerment, and strengthening public understanding of the law, to mention but a few. And ladies and gentlemen, she is also a co-host, especially for those that are on social media, especially Twitter, of the JSC Conversations, and the team lead at Dear Young Lawyers series. Those ones we all know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Advocate Joy Mbabazi. Thank you so much.
Can I be heard? Is this thing on? Ladies and gentlemen, I adopt the protocol that has been previously been considered. Thank you for the warm introduction. Happy belated Women's Day to the ladies in the room and to the ladies online and to the ladies that have been here, that have come before me. It's such an honor to be right here. I feel like, who am I to be speaking after all the wealth of knowledge, to be speaking after all that experience and everything that we've had in this room since morning. And I also would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the Uganda Law Society, especially the president, for considering us to be in this room to take part in such conversations. I just want to say that we don't take it for granted, and we appreciate that you would look at all those people that are out there and say, those are the people that we're considering to have. So thank you very much. So you've heard a bit about me. I normally say that I am not one thing, I am several things. And my background is in media and law, as you have been told. I started off on radio and TV, and I gallivanted there for some time. So after university, while I was doing my law degree, I was approached to contribute to a radio station. It was a Luganda station. And my Luganda was not Lugandaring then. At least now I can hold a conversation, but then it was bad. But they told me, just come and be around. We'll partner you with someone who speaks English. And so you say the Luganda you know, and then this, it's the flip. You partner me with somebody who speaks Luganda. So I went and did that for something like 4 to 6 months. And then after that period, somebody who was at an English-speaking station called my supervisor and said, we want that girl. And I can say that is when I began my official. The other one was just for showing up, for being there. But this was my official employment. And by the time I graduated LLB, my friends, in fact, went ahead and said Joy's father has graduated, because I was just studying it for the sake of I have to finish this course, but I was in media completely, doing, talking to the mic, getting into studio, speaking. And if you had come to me then and told me that after all that gallivanting, I would come back and be a lawyer, I would laugh so hard at you. Because I was telling my friends, me, I'm done. You guys go and suffer, go and do your law things. This is my field. And indeed, I went and did that. And the last radio, as that was Sanyu, I went to Radio 1, and then I had to travel. And then I got back and I was at Sanyu And then I was also anchoring news at some point. But see me here, right? I also did news. Yeah, so today I'm mostly sharing about the links that have made me, that have built me, okay? That is my story. So in that story, I bring it to show you that, one, after going through all those stations, I reached a point because my brain in self-discovery, in, getting to know myself more, I realized that my brain is give me intense, okay? Intensity, I seek growth, I seek things that challenge me. And so I reached a point, and I had done radio, I'd reached all, the top stations around, but I felt like there was a discomfort. There was a yearning for more. I was no longer as excited as, getting up and talking to myself in studio and talking to imaginary people who are greeting and sending, play me this song. If anything, at the university, I had a group of friends, and because I tell my friends, I don't even know how I graduated without a retake. Because I was doing radio in the morning, and then after some time I had to do news, and I was on the evening program. So that meant that I had to run away from, I had a chair next to the door. And I had a border guy who was always at the gate, on your marks, get set, So I would, every time at 8:30 or so, I would just dash to the studio, and you have to do makeup, and then you have to go through scripts. So I'm dressing up and I'm going through the script, and someone in production is telling you this. So there was a lot of activity going on at the same time. But I would come and bribe my friends and say, now, when you discuss for me, I'm going to send you greetings and I'll play you a song. Yeah, and when someone is saying, I want to send my greetings to Zubeda, imagine thousands and millions of people are listening, and they're like, well, you guys, they would gather and say, guys, listen, tune in, this is my friend on air, and she's sending greetings, I'm the one, I have her number, it's here. So I was the person, and somehow that worked for me, because when I sent greetings to them, that means over the weekend when I was free, I was being caught up on everything. And I used mostly the 2 weeks they always gave us as a break to catch up on whatever I would have lost and go and sit those exams. The links that have made me, ladies and gentlemen. And then fast forward, while I was doing that, I was also volunteering in a charity organization, because among the things that I love children, I love women, I love community development, and I love to see a person tapping into who they are. There's recognizing magic or gold in somebody, but they do not see it. But then the ability to see that someone is tapping into their strength of what they can, and they're actually living it up, for me, it gives me so much joy. I think which also accounts for the mentorship that I'm doing in several universities and the young lawyers at the moment. So picking you where I left you. So COVID happens. I'd been volunteering at a charity organization, but I think for the owner, the season for the charity organization had fizzled out. And so they leave me hanging, but I'm still passionate about doing the outreaches. I'm still passionate about supporting those communities. And a friend who had seen me always share about, hey, we're visiting this. Today we fed this family and this and that. They reached out and said, hey, Joy, I've seen you passionate about charity work. And they were staying in Gayaza. And they said, I've been moving around, and I noticed there are several women, several families, children, they're sleeping hungry. Their husbands are either border riders or something, there was no movement. And she said, I don't know, but could you just partner with me and we see how to raise money and maybe feed some families. So she gave me the idea, and my brain being the intense brain, I can actually fall sick from lack of what to do, Just give me intensity and I'm good. So I pick up her idea and I sit with it and I say, okay, I think if we feed 50 families, that will be it, etc. And then I start crowdfunding, because radio, the background in media had given me the numbers. And so I get on there and I ask people, I message everyone in my contact list, and somehow they contribute. But the contribution was not coming, It came in towards the last bit, and I was like, okay, if we managed to feed 5 people, maybe that would do. But cutting the story short, at the end of the day, I raised enough money that fed over 300 families in Gayaza. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we were able to feed 300 families. And then my friends see that, because I would just get on my socials, I love accountability as well, and say, hey, we received this kind of money. We'd share the flyer that said we need posho, we need beans, we need all that dry supply for the families. So this is what has happened. And for those that gave in a particular chunk of money, get receipts and say, here we are. And so someone saw me do that, and they said, but Joy, we've been seeing you in these things, and now this is huge. You better come up with something and register like a charity and do it. Because you see there, and I'm out of radio and I'm not backing, I'm just there, but charity is what comes close to me. And so I go ahead and I register Sparrow's Nook Foundation. It's my charity, 5 years old now. I register it, and from then, I actually go ahead and meet, when they've broken off the, what was it called, the lockdown, my friend says, come and see the women that you supported, the family. So I visit them, and they're happy. And there's a child who was disabled, and she had been defiled. So she got pregnant, and she was in the hospital. The mother didn't know what to do, but to raise money, and she was able to, and also got her maternity kit and all that. So she carried safely. She got all the checkups, and she delivered a baby. I think the baby right now is like as old as the organization, around 5 years old. And so when I went and interacted with those women, and later they would keep calling, Auntie Joy, tetuina abana, medede bichi, Auntie Joy, atepe ni netagaye 15. Ato musomesa yagambye 10K, you know? So those are the problems people have ku ground. And so I figured, okay, so how do I empower them in a way that is sustainable? And so I get back to the drawing board. I say, what if we start up small businesses for these people? And so me, in my joyness, I don't have any financial background and stuff, but I read a lot. I am in different circles. And so I said, but I can talk to a person and break down information in small bits. So I go out there and gather a small group of women, talk to the local leaders and what, and I start talking to them about skills. I get somebody in the area. Do you know someone who makes soap? Yes. Do you know someone who makes, they call them briquettes? This charcoal thing they mix is like balls. Forgive me if I forget the name. And so I get these people. We set up tent. We have like 50, somehow, you organize and you don't know, you're like, God, if you give me 5 people today, but like 50 people show up. We train them and skill them, and I'm thinking, okay, now when you get money, please go and do that, because I didn't expect to get funding to be able to facilitate like them to do work. But I post pictures and say, we had this group of women, this is what we did, we have trained them, we have gotten people to come in and say, this is the money, because I asked them break it down for them. And so they're like, you need something like 50,000 and you can make jerry cans of soap. And I'm telling these women, and I'm telling them, if you save actually, kuzaka meza, if it's coming, that is something you can do. And so, long story short, I want to announce that today we have started up 40 businesses, but I have 36 running for those ladies out there in Gayaza, And so I have seen children go to school. I have seen mothers not calling me anymore in the middle of the night. Mwana rade Dr. Gambie mpenko mitano sizina, 5,000 only, and the child is not able to get even a small little bit, and they go to those local pharmacies in the area. That's where they get it from. But then along the way, among the things that we did in that COVID period was a group of 3 ladies. They were going to be thrown out. So among the things that we did other than feeding was pick up those ladies, and we started paying housing for them, crowdfunding, okay? Not me alone. Out there, and we got somebody who has partnered with us. And so for 3 years, we paid rent, housing for these people. But one of those ladies went ahead, for all the time we were paying rent, she saved money and went and bought land, And so she's like, Auntie Joy, Naguzetaka, you need to come and see. She was happy. And they know that I really celebrate them so much. If they do even a simple thing as saving money, because those are some of the things that we've been teaching them, of course, and legal literacy. And so I go and I ask her, okay, this is good, but do you have an agreement? She gives me the agreement, only to realize that she had her land registered in the names of her children. And so I ask her, do you know the implication of this? She's like, Neda, Auntie Joy, me, I see I'm sickly, So I might die soon. And so I was worried that my children's property might be taken by relatives or whoever. And so this is what I did. And so I started to have this conversation and say, you know, tomorrow if something happens to you and you need a loan, or you need to sell this land, do you know that you're not able to do that because now you're a guardian and you need to go through the court processes? And she was a little bit taken back because she did not know, yeah? And so in doing that, I just said, if she didn't know, maybe other two women out there on the internet somewhere might not know. And so I recorded a legal tip. That was the very, very first legal tip. And I was talking about, you know, the impact or implication of registering your name in your property in children's names. And I just shared that thing simply on the internet, and it broke the internet. It was all over the place, and because I shared it on a Friday, and moreover, I'm an introvert, and so I don't like putting my face out there. Radio was good because I'm in studio, it is closed, I have a microphone, and so it was good like that. But then after recording this legal tip, and it went out there, my plan was not to continue doing legal tips. But the demand was too much, because then people started asking for more, and that gave birth to Friday legal tips that I do. And if you check out my social media, you will see that that is some of the work that I'm doing. And I have conversations with people, the things that they ask, you know, things that you think are basic because maybe we've studied the law, because this and that. I did not mention, guys, I went back and did my LDC, okay? I'm fully qualified. That time is just too brief there. So I am qualified. So I'm just cutting the story short to let you know that the links that have made me somehow everywhere, every season of my life has led me to where I am at the moment. And today I founded the African Institute for Law and Media Studies. Why? Because I wanted to do something with the skill that I have. I was asking myself, what do I do with this knowledge of the media? Because I'm also passionate about communication and the media. And then how do I bring the law that I have gotten and the training into one thing? And so that is how I came up with this institute. And the passion basically is to break down the law, is to have in small bits that can be understood so that people know their rights, their duties and obligations, because I believe that knowledge is power. And once they know, they can do better and make informed decisions. But then also I'm looking at having conversations with the policymakers, with the players, you know, partnering with all kinds of the people that are there making things work, because the law is made rather, and for the omuntu wa bulijjo, okay? We study the law to serve the people. And if you see where we are going, the media, people are on the media, the clients, the people we're trying to address are on the internet. And so I'm using that medium, I'm using my background, I'm using my story to put together something that will impact the community and society. And I have stories to tell that even though we are at the beginning stages, but here we are. And I just want to thank God for making it possible, but also for the hands and that have held me together, because I've had a lot of mentorship, people that don't expect anything less from me, people that don't allow me to make stupid decisions, or when I make them, to pick myself up, because I'm not my own person. I have been made I'm standing on the shoulders of great men and women that have gone ahead of us. And so as I conclude, we are celebrating women. We're talking about give to gain. And I want to believe that in my story, at least you can see the giving that I have done and the gain that has come out. And it brings so much joy, so much pride to my heart to just know that a child is in school because I pushed myself out of my comfort zone, and I did. That a woman saved money and has bought property to her name, and her children have something to themselves because I pushed myself out there, and I did, but also because there are links that are supporting me. And because I put myself out there on social media, that's how I'm getting opportunities like being a part of the JSC conversations, that I'm being reached out almost every week. I have a speaking engagement, and I don't take that for granted as well, because for me it is the impacting, it's the giving that I'm doing with the little that I have, because I am a firm believer that to whom much is given, much is expected, right? And so I want to challenge the ladies, the women out there, to get up out of themselves, to allow to be a glitch in social programming. This is from a poem that I got off one of the UN platforms, acknowledging where content is coming from, you know, because we are programmed to function a certain way. And sometimes we're crippled by fear, we're crippled by I don't belong, we are crippled by fighting each other. Instead of linking arms, I believe we can do better if we support each other and know that there is enough sunshine for everybody out there. So I encourage and challenge us to be the glitch in societal programming, if that is what we need, to be the things and the people and do all that we are expected or supposed not to be doing, because the world is changing. To be a bug in the system, a crack in the matrix wall, to break those glass ceilings, to make waves, to make spaces in those rooms in the world, because I believe that you are empowered to empower. You're not given room so that you can be comfortable, so you can pick up another person and move up with them. And I want to also challenge you or remind you that you belong where you are, and the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that to the great women that have gone ahead of us, may we know them, but most importantly, may we become them. Thank you.
Wow. Joy, your story is crazy. It's intense. It's intense, and it also speaks so much to so many of us. We've not had the chance to tell our stories. For you to be chosen to come and tell your story also means that you have the potential to change people's lives. And we thank you so much for, especially that story that made the lady buy land. That was a very consistent gesture, and eventually you went and helped her with the legal knowledge. You know, she was going to make that mistake, or she had made the mistake, and you made her recall it. And of course, so many other things. Be valuable, and make sure at the end of the day, the two stories are helping us to know your niche. Know your niche, and make sure you blow the trumpet for your own self beyond anyone else can do it for you. The specialization, very many lawyers have only gotten stuck to practice, and yet there's a lot law outside practice. In the media, communications, international relations, arbitration, mediation, all that is part of law. Sports, as we say, also a sportsman. I serve on the Buffalo's rugby team for rugby and also basketball. So a lot of us have some little bit of storytelling to make, but for you to come and help us, give us the confidence, not just me, myself, was benefited from the two of you, but also to the members out there of the public, and also the lawyers. There's so many lawyers who have other skills, but because they're either timid or cannot necessarily find the space, and you are providing this space. The ladies always prefer to be in-house counsel, and you know how very, restrictive it is, and yet there's a lot of opportunity that you guys are offering. So thank you for the intensity. Thank you for the opportunity to learn. Thank you for sharing your story. You're an introvert, you said, but you've been forced to come here. You're not like, but she's also an introvert. I hope she has those other friends now, because those days she used not to have friends. But yeah, that is just to say thank you. That's your only friend, eh? Okay, it's okay. The Law Society is very, very honored. And thank you so much once again. Let's give them a round of applause for sharing their story. To whom much is given, much is expected. The women are eternally blessed by the Lord with so much, especially the wisdom, and so much is expected from them. And indeed, they deliver, those that are able to deliver. So the call out there is for you to show up. Show up, just like the president of Uganda Law Society keeps telling the ladies, show up. Show up and be counted as one of those very few, so as you could be leading thousands of many others beyond that you're doing. So we've come to the final tail end of our function. It's been a very long day. It's been a very, very intense day with so much to learn at the same time, running one event after another. And I would like to request that you listen in to the Acting Secretary General of the Uganda Law Society, who is going to bless us with thank you remarks as well as the closing remarks, so as we can wind the day and go back and reflect as we continue to commemorate International Women's Day. We shall never stop to celebrate you. We have so many attachments to the different ladies. I want to give my shout outs, of course, as well to my dutiful and beautiful wife, Agnes. I know she's watching out there. I love her. She's the most important. We appreciate all of you, and everything that you have said is true. But it all comes down to my dear wife. Happy Women's Day, my lovely Agnes Akello. So to the rest of the women out there, we would like to wish you, that was mine to my wife. But as the Uganda Law Society, from the Uganda Law Society, happy belated International Women's Day. And we would like to welcome the Acting Secretary General to give us our closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jirua. Good afternoon once again. I would not want to dwell much into what my colleague Jirua has mentioned about these exceptional ladies who have offered their time and dedicated the same to coming and sharing not only their experience but their vast knowledge in several aspects like mediation, that is from my sister Zubeda, and then also in relation to charity, that is as per my sister Joy, and then the prison's experience by the two Iron ladies, that is Dr. Lina and Dr. Slivia. Mine is simply to reiterate the statement and position of the Uganda Law Society in relation to the political prisoners, and this is a call to the government that as Uganda Law Society we once again re-echo our earlier concern and mandate as granted under Section 3 of the Advocates Act of the Uganda Law Society Act, that we demand that the political prisoners are released with no ifs or maybes, because the circumstances that surround their arrests were clouded with a lot of uncertainty, and these are political prisoners basically arrested, detained, and charged on political grounds. In the same vein, I also wish to call upon the Inspector General of Government of Police in relation to the dismissal of the police officers who are charged with the protection of Honorable Robert Chagulanyi, and the dismissal has just come in today, but these were members of the police force who were charging their duty or mandate, which is to protect lives, to protect law and order, and to protect people's property. Such actions not only scare away police officers in future from fulfilling their mandate, but also causes a lot of concern as to how the Uganda Police Force handles such actions and allegations as such that they were dismissed because they aided or abetted Honorable Chagulanyi in escaping. With those few remarks, I wish to once again thank these ladies who came here, have dedicated their time, shared their knowledge and experiences. That is for those who are in absentia. And with those few remarks, I wish to thank the President of the Uganda Law Society, SC Isaac Chimaze Semakade, the CEO, the members of the Secretariat, the members of the Uganda Law Society who are following, both online and physically here. And this brings us to an end of the Rnblive today. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Secretary General. We cannot speak after you've spoken. This is just to really thank you for standing with us and representing the council. We have enjoyed your presence like it has always been. Your presence gives us a lot of security and assurance that you have our backs, and we are only grateful for the support and the leadership that you offer, especially, of course, in light of the other different council members' schedules. We know you're all busy, but to have a council member here representing the rest of the team, especially in these times, means a lot. And of course, with the president who is watching us online, we appreciate your leadership and thank you so much for pushing for this day to be celebrated, even if in commemoration and in its belated manner. We know that it could have been anything other than that, but you chose it that way. Women's Day was on 8th, which was a Sunday. And of course, this for us is the hybrid Radical New Bar weekly press and public engagement, which happens every Thursday at 11, where we discuss such matters that affect society and also celebrate the ladies, the beautiful ladies we've had here today. And for the team that presented last, you were saved for the best. You left us with a very, very, very good stories, per se, away from the law, particularly, away from the politics, and so much into one's individual life. Choices to make about where you want to be. Everybody has done law or whatever other course has been pursued, but the question is that where your passion is? Many times we go to school and study what our parents are able to pay for or what the government has given you because you performed so well. And yet it's not necessarily your choice. So the choice to make after you're done with school is what you've empowered us to learn to take. So your message has actually been received, including the people inside here. And those that are joining us online, we are eternally grateful. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for so much for holding fort and for continuing to be with us as we have done our part. We would like to thank you and close the day by saying Happy International Women's Day from the Uganda Law Society. Till we meet again, for God and my country.